Hi there my friends, welcome back to my YouTube channel. Today's video is a little bit different. I've already completed the background on this piece, and throughout this video I'm going to be showing you how I worked on the actual subject, which is a European barn owl. Getting my words mixed up already. So to create the background, I taped a piece of Clairefontaine pastel matte paper to a board using acid-free framers tape. I then applied soft pastels in the form of PanPastels to create this out of focus background. Popped a little few highlights here and there. Then after I'd finished creating the background, I did the tree stump, and that was all created using pastel pencils. And then the filmed portion for today's video is just the owl itself, and I created the whole owl just using pastel pencils, two different brands, Cretacolor and Faber-Castell this time. So I actually masked off the portion of the owl and the tree stump while I created the background. Then when I removed the masking film, it left the owl and stump clear and very clean. I didn't need to mask off the owl again when I did the tree stump because I was just using pastel pencils, finish the tree stump and then onto the owl. So that's the sort of process I used to get this far. If you want to view how I create backgrounds in pastels, there's plenty of videos on my YouTube channel showing how I go about creating backgrounds. So I didn't want to include it in this video because I knew this was going to be a long one anyway. The video is running at about just over an hour, I believe. Okay, so I wanted to start with the eye. For me, the most important part of a portrait of an animal or a bird or even a human, anything, is the eye. People tend to focus in on the eye when they look at the eye, and for me it's the most important part of the painting to get right. Proportion wise, all of my sketches were done on a separate piece of paper. Then once I was happy with the proportions of the sketch, I then transferred those lines to this piece of paper so that I'd already got quite a firm foundation to work from. So I've just gone in with a few darks. There's not a lot to be seen in this owl's eye because it being quite small and it's slightly in shadow as well. Difference being with owl's eyes is wherever they want to look, they point their heads, so their eyes are sort of fixed in position. It's not as though the owl would be its head would be pointing in one way and its eyes would be looking in a different direction. That would look incorrect because anatomically it is. So wherever the head points, the eyes point the same way. So just getting that in there. I don't know why, but I felt like I needed to. So yes, getting the darks into the eyes with a few highlights of blue, a little bit of a creamy white in the eye, and tiny little bit of reflective brown, and left it at that for the eye. Now I'm starting building the darks into the, I went to say foliage then, plumage surrounding the eye, and just working slowly dark to light at the minute. Just when you're looking at reference images, and I worked from a few for this to get this pose how I liked. It's not just one reference photo, I used quite a few. And when I'm looking at a reference image to apply colour, I look beyond the detail. So I'm trying to visualise what's actually underneath the layers at the top that you can actually see. We're seeing lots of browns and blues, but I wanted to introduce a lot of purples into this piece that weren't actually in any of the reference photos, and I'm really pleased with the outcome, so that's good. You can see the finished painting to the top left hand corner. So yeah, so I hope everyone's keeping really well. Been a busy few weeks this end, but not complaining at all. Okay, so we're going on with some lightish grey there. I picked it up, I tried it, realised it wasn't the colour that I wanted, and I'm reaching for another colour. So many people ask me about listing colours and things like that. Colour's not that important. I'm looking to get contrast in my paintings. And if I pick up a pencil or a paint, you know, a mixture of paint, if I'm using acrylics or watercolours or gouache or oils, if I'm not happy with that colour, I'll just put it down, either mix another one or pick another colour up and try that. So for me to list the amount of colours that go into a particular painting, the list would be huge, to be honest, because I pick things up, try them, don't like them, put them down, pick another one up. Or if I'm mixing colours, obviously if I mix two colours together, then there's not a name for that colour anyway. And with pastels, I am blending colours together. So again, you know, I'm picking up a yellow at one point, a blue at another point. They're mixing together, they're going to create a green. There is no name for that green that I've just created. So just keep that in mind when you're creating your artworks. A lot of it is you're teaching yourself all the time, and I can understand beginners wanting to know what colours to use, but when it boils down to it, it's not that important. It's not that important. If you see lilac or blue in a painting, pick up a lilac, pick up a blue, try them. If they're not right, put them down and pick up another one. It's simple as that. Okay, so I'm building up a lot of underlayers now. So I'll go around the whole area of the face, building up a little bit of contour, because there's obviously a lot going on underneath those layers of feathers, and I want to get that feeling of depth. And the only way to get that feeling of depth is by layering. And luckily, thankfully, with pastels you can work dark to light and light to dark. Now, for those of you that haven't heard of the paper before, it's Clairefontaine pastel matte paper, and it has the texture of cork. So it doesn't actually feel rough or anything like that, but it holds an immense amount of layers when working with a light hand, which I am here. There are lots of other pastel papers on the market, and I have tried quite a lot of them, but this is the paper that I always go back to. This is the paper that I always recommend as well. You can get it in a variety of different colours, but I just stick to quite neutral tones. This grey, a light blue, and there's a very light beige colour. I believe it's called sand, and they're the ones that I'll stick with. You can get black paper, white paper, or different colours actually, but they're the ones I'd stay away from. I'd always go with neutral tones. So building up some blues and sort of earth tones and lilacs, and when you see the finer detailed layers going on top of this, you'll understand why I put those colours in first. So just fast forwarded a little bit, just to give you an idea. So already that face is taking shape, and because the surrounding area surrounding the eye is now a little bit darker, it gives you that little bit of depth as well. So it looks like the eye is actually in the face and not just floating around on top of the face. And I do go backwards and forwards quite a bit with the beak, because the photos that I was working from didn't show an awful lot of detail of the beak. One of the photos, the owl was a lot fluffier than the one I end up with, so a lot of the fluffy feathers were covering the beak. But you'll see as I build it up. So yellows, actually go over that yellow and take it down quite a bit and use flesh tones instead. But if you are creating a painting or drawing and you put a colour in, maybe you pick up a wrong colour and you put it in where you don't want it, that's fine. If it's a medium there where you can layer, then just layer over it. If it's a medium that you can't layer over, say you've put a really bright red in somewhere in a landscape in watercolour and you can't lift it back out, just put that colour somewhere else in your painting, and by putting it in more than one area, it will bring the painting together and make it look like that colour was deliberate. So as you can see, the beak is building up slowly. That's a blending stump, and I use those with graphite, charcoal, pastels, any dry mediums. I keep a few for each medium. I don't interchange between mediums with them. And when they start getting a bit grubby on the end, I just wipe them off on a tissue and then I can carry on. So I've known of people to try sharpening these blending stumps in a pencil sharpener, and that's not a good idea because they end up fraying and then they won't have that soft, flexible end that you really need for blending dry mediums. You can blend things with your fingers, but obviously then you run the risk of skin oils entering the paper and things like that, and that's not great for longevity. It can alter the pH of the paper. The Clairefontaine pastel matte paper is acid free, and the piece of glassine that I'm resting my hand on is also acid free. That just stops any work underneath my hand from smudging. So now all the base coat is in, as much as I wanted it to be, and now I can start building up the more detailed layers. And you can go backwards and forwards with this. If you start building up your detailed layers in a pastel piece and you find you're not liking the results you're getting, you can blend them down. You could blend them down with your finger, or you could blend them down with a blending stump or a soft sponge, dry sponge, and then start again. As long as your paper has plenty of tooth, you can build, a lot of layers up, go backwards and forwards until you get the result you want. When you saw my finger going over the paper then, I wasn't blending those layers, I was just patting them, and it just pushes them into the tooth of the paper. As I said, this paper has got a lot of tooth, it can take many layers, and it doesn't require a fixative at the end, which is great, because fixatives, I don't know if you're aware, but most fixatives tend to dull very light and bright colours. Some people like to spray fixatives in between layers, and that's okay, because then you can be putting your lighter and brighter layers on top of a fixed area. But when working, as I do, with Clairefontaine pastel matte paper, I never feel the need to use fixatives. So a lot of people have been asking for another long video, so that's why this one's made its way onto my easel and now onto my YouTube channel. So slowly building up the layers and interchanging different colours as well. So I'm not just using white. When you're using white or black in a painting, less is more. So I'm using a very light pink, a very light yellow, and a light lilac to build up this area. And I can go backwards and forwards, and then I can glaze colours over the top of these layers if I find these layers going too light. It's a slow process, but it's so enjoyable. I hope everybody's keeping well and keeping creative. So fast forwarding a little bit there, and you can see how the layers have been built up. And I've zoomed in a little bit because the sunlight coming through the front window of the studio was catching the bottom of the drawing board a little bit. Fine for me working. I did end up pulling the blind down, blocking out the sun, what a shame. But it would have been very distracting had that been left in the video. As you can see, I've also darkened the beak quite a bit from the last clip as well. Now, having left a masking film on the owl while I was doing the background, you can end up with quite a harsh line running around the subject itself, which is great when I was running down the back of the owl because I wanted it nice and bright. But when you're working with feathers and fur, it's nice just to soften that edge as I'm doing here. And there's a couple of reasons that I didn't actually use soft pastels when working on the owl, and I know quite a few people, one of the reasons is quite a few people, oh, please like and subscribe. That's a self-reminder for me to mention it. That's just popped up on screen. If you haven't already, hit like and subscribe to the channel, that'd be great. Yeah, a lot of artists, beginners and sort of intermediate artists have mentioned that they haven't got soft pastels at all. They've been gifted, or they've purchased pastel pencils. So I thought it'd be really nice to do a subject like this where I'm just using pastel pencils, and you can do a lot with just a few. As long as you're buying a good quality pastel pencil, you can really mix colours and create a lot of depth and detail if that's what you like. So I know there's a whole range of well-known brands out there of pastel pencils, and for me, I've probably got more than enough. I do get gifted a lot of materials from different art material manufacturers, and I'm an ambassador for Derwent, so I have Derwent's full set, Faber-Castell full set, Cretacolor full set, De La Rowney full set. Yeah, I think that's there might be some oddities as well, but I can't remember them off the top of my head. But with pastel pencils, you actually only need a few because they are blendable. You can mix the colours. Even if you have a piece of paper to one side, you can mix colours together and then apply them with a clean blending stump. So you don't need to go out and buy a full set. If you have a full set, then that's great, but if you've only got a limited amount, try mixing your own colours, blending colours on the paper, going over one another until they blend. That's another good idea. Just play with your materials and don't be frightened of using them. And I know some people say, oh, but I don't want to waste them. Well, they're being wasted if they're just sitting on a shelf doing nothing. You bought them, or somebody bought them for you, or somebody gifted them to you. What a shame if you're not using them. Just get some paper, get your materials out and just have a play. Okay, so the top of the head and running down the back of the head was created just the same as the face, just applying light layers, slowly building up those light layers and blending them together just to create the feeling of soft feathers round the back. Excuse me. I always end up coughing when I do voiceovers. Sorry. So building up some very light yellows, lemony yellow, and sort of a burnt sienna colour. Now you can tell that I don't know my pencil colours. I just reach for whatever I want and use it, and if it doesn't work, I put it back and pick up something else. Blending stump again. And if I'm blending a large area where there are lights and darks, what I'll do first is I'll go in and blend the lighter areas and then blend the darker areas, and then wipe the blending stump off on a tissue. And again, a little bit more blending there. And that's the light lilac, the Cretacolor pencil. It's really pretty. Going back to different sets and different makes of pastel pencils, you will find that they come in different hardnesses. Hardnesses, is that a real word? Yeah. Okay, so probably the softest pastel pencil set I have are by Caran d'Ache, followed by Derwent, and then the hardest ones I have are probably the Faber-Castell Pit Pastel pencils. The Cretacolor are hard, but not quite as hard as the Faber-Castell. And within a range of pencils, the softness and hardness varies between colours. So it's nice. All of the ones I have, Caran d'Ache were the ones that I missed out originally when I let you know which ones I had, but all of them are available open stock, which means you don't have to buy a set. You can buy single colours and give them a try. And obviously if you've got a set and you're running low on one colour, you can just go online or go to your favourite art shop and buy that single colour without having to purchase a whole new set, which is a bonus. The blending stumps, you can purchase those on places like Amazon and art shops, and they're relatively cheap, just a few pounds, and you get them in packs of 5 or 8 or bigger sets of 10, but they really are very, very affordable, and they will last you a long time. But I do suggest keeping ones that you use for graphite and charcoal separate to the ones that you use for dry mediums such as pastel. Now, when working in layers, as I'm doing on this owl, if I run a darker colour over a lighter pigment, or a lighter colour over a darker pigment, it will pick up some of that other colour. It's especially noticeable when I run a light colour over a darker colour. And you don't want your pencil to then transfer that pigment elsewhere. So in one hand I've got the pencil, but in the other hand I've got a tissue, and when I'm going between areas that are quite different, or overlapping areas that are quite different, I will be wiping off periodically the dust that's built up on the pencil from the other pigment, and it just stops that cross transfer of pigments where you don't want it. So as you can see, using this nice bright purple, as I said, the reference images that I was working from, none of them had any purple in them at all. So it's just, I wanted to add lilacs and purples. I just thought it was nice, running alongside the yellows and oranges that I introduced to the bird's plumage. And as I said, colour's not that important, because if this owl was sitting under a blue light or a red light, then the plumage would look very different indeed. The background there were no reference images for that. That's just something that I wanted to do in this piece. And the tree stump was out of my head as well, so don't look too closely. Although I do have quite a few reference images that I can look at if I need to get a rough idea what wood looks like on an old tree stump, but most of this was from my imagination. So just going round, creating a little bit of shadow under there now, back in with the blending stump again. Now, just because the light is hitting a subject from one side doesn't mean that the other side of the subject is going to be, totally contrasted from the light side. So you're not going to have white on one side and black on the other side, because feathers, like fur, like any object really, is reflective. It's going to reflect some of the light and some of the colour that's surrounding it. And you also get things like bounced light and things like that. And that's just something to keep in mind when you're diverging slightly from a reference image. Just give it a go. Even if you start working on something and it doesn't look right, then maybe try and find a reference image of something where there is the lighting that you want to achieve, or the shadows that you want to achieve, or the colour of a shadow that you want to achieve. And 9 times out of 10, scrolling through websites such as unsplash.com and pixabay.com, generally you can come across items that do have shadows that are more blue or purple, or a cast shadow maybe of green or something like that. Whatever you're looking for, generally you're going to be able to find it in other reference images. And also, if I was working on this subject and looking for maybe a cast shadow of purple, if I just type in purple shadow into one of those 2 websites, I'm likely to come across maybe a boat or a shoe with a cast shadow. It doesn't have to be the subject that you're looking for. It just gives you some ideas of how to create shadows or highlights, even using the colours that you've got on your palette. I feel like I'm slowing down on my words. Obviously not drank enough coffee today. Okay, just have a quick drink now. So going in with that peachy colour, and just looking at some of my reference images and a couple of my sketches and deciding where I want these feathers to lie, how long that I want them, how far apart they're going to be spaced and things like that, because they're lines that I didn't transfer over from the initial sketch. So some people like to transfer lots and lots and lots of detail onto their prepared surface, whereas some artists transfer very few. I guess I'm somewhere in the middle. I'll transfer the ones that I feel I need to keep a composition together and to keep proportions correct, but apart from that I'll freehand the rest in, but that's completely up to the individual. This is why I've nothing against tracing. If it gets people painting and drawing, then that's great, but you do need to, or I do advise people and students to practice freehanding as well, because there will come a part in a painting where maybe you've missed a line out and you need to freehand in, or you need to freehand in some detailing that was too small to be seen on a reference image, things like that. So practicing freehanding is always a good thing, always. And it can be enjoyable, especially in a sketchbook. Just get yourself an old sketchbook and practice some sketching, and you would be surprised how quickly you get to know your subjects more the more you sketch. And even if that's tracing a reference image a couple of times and then trying to freehand it, by tracing it you will have already traced the actual true proportions of a subject. And then when you go to sketch it for the first time and freehand it for the first time, you will already know what the proportions should like, having already traced it. So that's an idea if you're a bit wary about freehanding for the first time. You could just trace something in a couple of times and then have a go at sketching it. Or like me, if you've been sketching since you were a child, then it's probably going to come quite naturally to you anyway. So that was short and sweet on that part of the wing, and now before I finish that wing I need to get the tail in, because obviously the wings are overlapping the tail, so you can't see much of the tail feathers through there, but you know they're there, you know the wings are sitting on top, and so that's why I'm getting the tail feathers in next. I like to work from the back of a painting to the front of a painting, so that things are sitting on top of each other, and that way you end up not having a halo around things. I do watch some artists who like to put the background in last, but I do feel that a lot of the time they end up with sort of a halo where the background is meeting the subject, and I'd rather do it the other way around, where the subject slightly overlaps the background. If there are any subjects or mediums you'd like me to film the process of, that was a long drawn out sentence, just pop a comment in the comments below. I do reply to everybody's comments, and my to-do list is growing, so if you've got any ideas of what you'd like to see me do, just drop it in the comments below, that'd be great. And yes, please like and subscribe if you haven't already. Just hitting the like button helps the algorithm along, and obviously subscribing is great too. Thank you for those that already have, truly appreciated. A little bit of lemon yellow, a little bit of light lilac and a peachy colour going in, just building up some texture. And the good old blending stump again, just to soften the edges. Don't want the viewer's eye to be drawn to the tail, so softening everything as I go. I'd love to know what you're all working on at the moment. If you've tried pastels before and have you enjoyed them? Or what mediums do you like to work in? What subjects do you like to create? Okay, so just put in a guide in there, just a tiny bit, just so we can see where the actual mid vein of the feather is, the quill. I have a lot of people ask about how long a painting takes, and to be honest, when I first started doing commissions, way back long time ago, when I was sort of 14, I started commission work, and I'm 58 this year, so long time ago. But I used to time my pieces. I used to make a note of what time I started a piece and when I finished that session, and then the next day, you know, what time I'd start and finish, so I could build up a detailed list of how long a piece actually took to complete, so I could price it properly. These days I don't, because generally I'm working on more than one piece at a time in the studio, and I flip between paintings and drawings, so I don't time anything. All I can say really is that a piece in the studio like this sort of size, which is it's a decent size, will be on and off the easel for maybe 2 months, sometimes less, sometimes more, depends what I'm working on. And obviously different mediums, they take different amounts of time as well, so there's really no way of me even guessing how long these take now, except for video footage I guess, but then I don't film every single bit, and I have to edit out sharpening pencils, getting up, getting a coffee, drinking coffee while I'm working, things like that. So putting a little bit of shadowing down that side and bringing a little bit more colour over, just to give a slight curvature to those tail feathers, and blending it all in again. And sometimes I'll blend things back and then not like the results, so I build the texture back up again and then maybe only blend back a tiny bit. Also, if I get to a point where I feel like I'm filling the tooth of the paper too much, I'll get a piece of Scotch tape, lay it gently on the surface of the paper, rub it with my finger, and then lift the excess pastel dust off. When I say dust, it's pigment. I don't get very much fall off when I'm working on Clairefontaine pastel matte paper at all. The easel stays quite clean. The paper is very grippy. So I wasn't blending with my finger then, I was just patting the surface, and it just pats the pigment down into the tooth of the paper. Putting a little bit of shadow in as well. Referring back to my initial sketch and some of the references. And the references were mostly off unsplash.com. I was going to use my own references, but I'm having problems with the external hard drive at the minute, so couldn't get onto them for this one. A little bit of highlighting going on there. And I do flip from one part of the painting to another, excuse me, which isn't shown in this video because I've edited it out. Although you can see the sun creeping up the left hand side of the board, but I do go up and pull the blind down. But yeah, I do flit around. I'll be working, especially as the painting takes shape, I'll be working on maybe part of the head and the tail and maybe part of the body, and I'll flip between the three areas as the painting is building up, and that's just to keep a balance. Generally it's a balance of texture, balance of colour, balance of contrast. They're the three main things that I'm watching for as I'm building up a painting, because you don't want if there was no contrast in the head and lots of contrast in the tail area, then the viewer's eye would be drawn straight to the tail and not the head. So it's just nice to keep a balance going throughout the painting. Even with colour vibrancy, if the colours on the head were really, really vibrant but not on the tail, then all of the focus would be on the head. And really you want the viewer's eye to travel round a painting and then rest on a certain spot. And generally with paintings such as this, a study of a particular subject, the viewer's eye tend to travel around a little bit and then steady themselves on the face of the bird. They normally start with the face and finish with the face. Whereas in landscapes and things like that, it's quite different how you work a composition, because you want to lead the viewer's eye into a painting and then travel around the painting, but also have somewhere to rest in the painting as well. A lot of artists use a diagonal pathway that leads the viewer's eye into a painting and things like that. So referring back to my initial sketch again, sometimes I sketch on paper. Mostly I do sketch on paper. Sometimes I'll do a digital sketch and just have my iPad propped up to one side so I can keep looking at a digital sketch. Reference images, I never, very rarely, I can't remember the last time, ever print them out. I just bring my reference images up on my iPad screen and work from there. I can't see the point in wasting paper or wasting ink on printing something off that's going to end up being put in the recycling bin. So not good for my pocket and definitely not good for the environment. So that's why I work from reference images on my iPad. And my iPad is normally to the left of my board and my art materials are normally on the right of me. And I am working, this whole painting was worked at an easel in an upright position. When I'm applying the base coat layers, generally speaking, I do make sure that I am going in the direction and putting the pencil strokes in the direction that the more detailed layers will go as well, so that if any of the underlying base coat layers show through, their fluidity, they're going to be running within the correct direction of the finished parts of the painting. So building up those darks quite randomly because I want it to look textured. So there'll be no physical texture, but there will be visible texture. I've just moved the glassine over a little bit for my hand to rest on. And this glassine is by Clairefontaine. I think it's called Clairefontaine Crystal Paper. But there are many brands of glassine that you can buy, and just check that they're acid free before purchasing them. And they're brilliant because they don't pick up anything. They don't pick up the pastel from the paper. I've worked on top of charcoal and graphite and they don't even pick up, the paper doesn't even pick up that. And then when I store finished paintings and drawings, I always make sure I've got a sheet of glassine paper between them. And if people order commissions, things like that, I pack them with glassine around them as well, just to protect the painted or drawn surface, and it just ensures nothing's going to get smudged or damaged. Back in with the blending stump, just softening everything down now, and Here I'm checking that I've got the lights and the darks in the right area. I can always increase the contrast because obviously the dark areas aren't that dark at the moment. I can always take those a little bit darker if I need to. But I don't use white at this point because when you use white you can't get any lighter than white. So it's nice to leave your lights, your whites till last. So just going in with a cream colour there. Well, lemony cream. Lemon, I don't even think that's a real colour, lemony cream. But you can see what I'm using. That looks pink, but it's actually a coral colour, that one. It's lovely. And just strengthening those darks and tapping the pigment in. Because sometimes the blending stump will blend things a little bit too much, and generally that's when I tap the surface. So just tapping the pastel down into the tooth of the paper, and it doesn't tend to blend with the other colours then if you do it that way. And I do make sure I haven't got any lotions on my hands before I start my art day. Wash my hands before going to the studio just to make sure there's no hand cream or anything like that on my hands. But generally I'm using the glassine for the majority of the time, and if I don't have glassine at hand I'll use a mole stick to rest my hand on while I'm painting and drawing. Those little details. It doesn't look like there's much going on then when I was using that yellow colour, but when you're up close working on this you can see the texture it's creating, and working up layer by layer is much better than going in with a heavy layer and then realising you've applied too much. It's better to work with a light hand, and less is more. You can always add more, but it's harder to take away. Because the worst thing now would be for me to put too much pastel on and then have to get the scotch tape out to start lifting it back off. You can remove some with a putty rubber. You have to be careful, some putty rubbers, especially the cheaper ones, do contain oils, and that's the last thing you want on your paper. Is any kind of oil. So if you're going to buy putty rubbers, make sure they're by a well-known brand. And if in doubt, just check reviews. If you're buying it from online, that generally speaking, art material manufacturers will have reviews up of their products. Or if you're really in doubt, then just contact the art materials manufacturer and ask them, is your paper acid free? Is your masking tape acid free? Is your framer's tape acid free? Are your kneadable rubbers acid free or oil free? And things like that. And if it's a well-known company that cares about their art products, they will reply to you. Or they should reply to you. I've learnt the hard way. I used blue tack to apply some pricing labels to frames, not realising that blue tack has a sort of an oily content to it, and it stained one of my wooden frames. So no, you need the white tack, not the blue tack. Nobody had told me, and I didn't know. So yeah, learning the hard way, but it's a lesson learned. I won't make that mistake again. Okay, so we're on to these lovely flight feathers now, these primaries, or are they secondaries? They're secondaries. So just building up the layers again. Rinse and repeat. Making sure I've got all of the dividing lines, feather dividing lines in. They can be softened as I go if they're standing out too far, but at this point I don't want to be working colours where I shouldn't be working colours, or have too many feathers or not enough. So I do go over the dividing lines of the feathers a few times just to make sure they're in place, and then soften the effect where needed as I work the colours into the paper. Obviously, working on a grey tone paper, some of the lighter colours are going to be a little bit translucent, and pastels aren't as opaque as we like to believe they are, and the grey of the paper can show through slightly if, like me, you go on with light layers to begin with. Obviously, the more layers you apply, the more opaque the medium becomes. All I'm concentrating on now, though, is just getting the divisions on the feathers, where the markings are going to go, where the lighter areas are going to go, and where the darker, browner areas are going to go. And this is where artists talk about the ugly stage. It's just part of the process. It's very natural. It can be off-putting to beginners, and believe me, I'm still doing paintings now after how many years? Long time. And every single painting or drawing goes through an ugly layer, and you just have to trust the process, trust the techniques, and trust your abilities just to overcome that ugly layer. Just ignore it and work through it. And don't be frightened of making mistakes, because making mistakes is a way of learning too. And we all pick up the wrong colour from time to time, or put the wrong colour in the wrong place, or the right colour in the wrong place. We've all done that. And art is a process of learning, so you'll just learn not to do something again, hopefully. I think the more you do, the more relaxed you become as well, and the more mistakes you make in your art journey, the easier it gets to deal with mistakes. So a mistake you made 5 years ago might all of a sudden out of the blue crop up again, but because you made that same mistake 5 years ago, just means you know how to rectify it now. Just building up the layers slowly but surely. And as I said, I'm just adding in colours that don't exist in the reference material, but in my imagination that's how I wanted them, and I'm really happy with the results. So definitely something that I recommend is, if you're unsure about what colours you'd like to see in a painting, just do a little thumbnail sketch. That's a little sketch just a couple of inches square, and just try some colours out together, see what look nice together. If you haven't got a colour wheel at hand, then you can look at them online. Plenty of websites showing colour wheels, and it shows you which colours look nice together, which colours complement each other. They're normally the colours that are opposite each other on a colour wheel. So blue and orange, for instance, red and green, opposites on a colour wheel, complementary colours. So when they're placed side by side in a painting or drawing, they make each other zing and they make each other pop. And there's lots more you can do with a colour wheel, but colour theory is never really anything that I've been wanting to study or anything like that. I just like to figure it out as I go along. And a lot of it comes with practice, you know, which colours are going to work well together, which colours mix well, and yeah, just part of the process. So no blending yet, just overlaying these colours, and then I'll go through with a blending stump and blend them together. And as you can see, as I said earlier, all the pencil strokes are going in the direction of the feathers. Excuse me. Just darkening areas slightly. Don't want these feathers to look flat, because each of the feathers has got a slight arc to it, slight curve, and I want that to be seen in the finished painting. And now you can see why I darkened the dividing lines a little bit, because I didn't want to lose them as I was building up the layers. Now softening that pinkish area down. Want to leave some of it showing through, but going over with a light blue. Just so randomising the textured area around there. We've about 10 minutes left on this video. Thank you for everybody that's sticking with it to the end. And a little bit of bounced light along that edge. So using just a little bit of a blue along there for a little bit of bounced reflective light. Now this Cretacolor pastel pencil is a very dark purple. It's quite a subdued purple. Very nice for shadows. Adding a little bit of visual texture there, a little bit of shadowing, darkening those feathers slightly. And just building them up one feather at a time now. So I generally do one type of technique on one feather and then move on to the next and do it on that one, and then the next, do it on that one, then back to the beginning, like painting the Golden Gate Bridge, back to the beginning for the next round of details, and then working through the feathers like that. Because if I make a mistake with colour on one feather, I will put that colour elsewhere, as I said earlier in the video, so it looks as though it's deliberate and not a mistake. And don't be fooled by time-lapse videos. It's something I was talking to a friend about. Time-lapse videos make, especially on YouTube, makes it look like these paintings, drawings, or sketchbooks and things just take a matter of minutes, and people then think they can go and do the same thing in an evening or an afternoon, and without a reality check that these things take a lot longer than the time-lapse video that you actually see. And I think it can be, I think the more you've done artwork in the past, the more you appreciate the time that goes into something. And I think it can be beginners that get unstuck a little bit, or they can become a little bit, I don't know what the word is, a little bit, not confused, but disheartened, I guess, that they're not achieving the speed of which they're seeing things. I mean, obviously looking at this, this is sped up, but for a beginner maybe they might think that, this is not far off real-time footage, but in actual fact a lot of this is sped up 500 speed, so you're looking at sort of 5 times as fast as it actually was. So yeah, it can be a bit disheartening for people when they realise things can take a lot longer than expected. So this portion of the owl is done from start to finish, so I could really show you how the texture in the feathers and the different type of feather are built up. So first of all, I'm looking at my initial sketch and reference images, and I'm mapping out where I want the fluffy feather ends to be that are showing up sort of purple on the left hand side of the bird. So that's the first thing I do. I'm looking where to map these areas out. It doesn't have to be exact. It can't be exact really, because it's from different images and my sketch. So I'm just roughing out, making sure that I've got placements that I'm not going to lose. Now I'm just tightening up those little feather parts just so I don't lose them. Making sure they're all going to stay in place and I can see them from a distance. And you'll see why I'm doing it this way in a minute. Tightening everything up a little bit more. In with the blue. So where I've gone in with that pink, I'm now going in with the blue, but not all over, just very, very random. So some of the pink will show through, some of the blue will show through. Added texture, nice and quick. Now where I want the brown parts of the feathers to be, I'm going in with this cream, like a lemony creamy colour. And starting to map out now that where my browns will go and where my lilacs will go. And then blending out towards the edge of the bird there. Adding a little blue to that area. Now where the lemony yellow is, going in with this rusty colour. And now you can see that part of the bird's plumage, I won't say foliage again, starting to take shape. Going a little bit darker where I want areas to be shadowed. More pigment in some places, less pigment in others. A little bit darker. A little bit of glazing went over the purple area to glaze a shadow there. Just darkening, and all that will blend together, but it's very random and in with a blending stump. Going around all of the browner areas first before going on to the lighter blue and pink areas. So quickly wipe off the darker pigment and then go on to the lighter pigment. Blending it all into the paper, not pushing too hard, just a gentle hand just to push it in. Now this is a very, very dark purple. And all I'm doing is random squiggles to begin with, because this is the texture that I'm going to be working on top of. So I'm not completely covering up all the blue and pink that I've initially put on. I want some of that to show through, but I also want this random texture pattern to show through as well. And this takes time. This looks really quick actually watching it back now, but it took a while. I think I was listening to a podcast on the day I was working on this area. So gradually working all of that texture in. There you go. So that's all the texture in. Now adding some of the darks, and you'll see the feathers start to come to life now, hopefully. So working dark to light. So now I'm putting in the finer feather texture. I hope you're glad you've made it this far to see this bit coming to life, because I really do like this part of the painting. And I like this part of the video too. So just building up some nice warmth in the feathers now. And working dark to light. And none of this was in my reference images, so this is all sort of being made up on the go. I had sketched a little bit into my initial sketch that I did on a separate piece of paper just to give me a rough idea, but it is a rough sketch, just getting ideas down on paper before going on to this drawing. Yeah, painting, pastel painting. I think most people call pastel artworks pastel paintings. So just building up the texture, building up some fluffy edges to some of the feathers as well, because the owl is looking at a little bit fluffed, not a lot, but a little bit. And letting some of those marks spill over onto the purple areas. Obviously the purple areas haven't got any highlights on yet. And off camera, towards the end of finishing this painting, I do actually go down the right hand side purple feathers right at the very edge, and I just glaze them over with a bit of a dark blue. But that's when all the filming equipment was finally switched off for the day. So lots of texture, little feathery details, keeping an eye that I don't get carried away and make him look hairy or anything like that, just where the light is catching edges of the feather details, and with quite a limited palette as well. Always best to just keep your palette quite limited, and then your colours will play nicely together. If you start using too many colours, it can look quite artificial. Adding some white details now to the purple parts of the feathers, and that's random too. And some of them end up getting blended down in the shaded areas, and I leave some of them to stand out in other areas where reflected light would be hitting them as well. Underneath the chin and bottom of the neck, I do go in there later and put some more detailing into those softer feathers, but it's just the same effect as how I'm working this part of the wing. And back. And all I was concerned about with here, this is a white pastel pencil now, is just keeping a fine tip. And I do rotate the pencil round in my hand just to maintain the fine tip for as long as I can before sharpening it on a piece of sandpaper. And there you have him, finished painting. Thank you so much everybody. If you've made it this far, your ongoing support, encouraging comments and kind words are truly appreciated. If you haven't already, please hit like and subscribe to the channel if you'd like to see more artistic content in the future. And I'll leave it at that for now, and I wish you all well, and I'll see you all soon. Goodbye for now. Bye bye. Hi there my friends, and welcome to my YouTube channel. Today's video is a long one. It's nearly 2 hours long, and I've posted a poll on my community tab on YouTube asking if people preferred the long videos or the short videos or a mixture of both, and the majority of people were voting for the long videos, so there you go, you have it. So today I'm working on a piece of Clairefontaine pastel matte paper with a variety of PanPastels and pastel pencils. Excuse me, I have got a cold, so please bear with me. I tried recording a voiceover yesterday, but I lost my voice, so yeah, and then it didn't save anyway. So yeah, so Clairefontaine pastel matte paper is like a cork texture, so when you rub your hand over it, it feels like cork, but it has got a lot of tooth, and I like it because it will take mixed media as well as just dry media. It also comes in a board format, so you can buy pastel matte paper or pastel matte board. Really the board is what you need if you're going to be using, say, inks or watercolours with a lot of water added, because you can do that on this because it is suitable for mixed media. But for this piece, because I was just using dry medium, I just went for a cut down piece of pastel matte paper. Now the beginning of this video shows you how much tooth this paper has actually got, because it does take an immense amount of layers, and to prove this I made a mistake and I was able to cover it up quite easily. My reference image had like a fallen tree, or a tree that was in the wrong place. It was dying obviously, and I thought I was going to put it in, but as you will see later on in the video, I decided not to have that there behind the deer, and I just went over it. Easy peasy. Okay, so the pastel matte paper, you can buy it in pads of smaller sheets, smaller size pads, and they come in a variety of different packs. So you can buy a pack of warm tone papers or cool toned papers or neutral coloured papers, or you can buy single sheets up to a size of, I believe, 70 by 50 centimetres. That's what I tend to buy. I tend to stick to just a few different colours, a few neutral tones and a light blue. They're the sort of main ones that I tend to work with. This one is, I believe it's called Sand, and it's just a very muted brown, quite light in colour. So that's what I'm working on today. I've sketched out a fallow deer on a separate piece of paper, and then transferred the outline onto this board, and then popped a piece of Frisket masking film over the top just to protect that area. You don't have to do that. You could easily work around your subject and then fill it in later, but I just wanted to keep the fallow deer nice and clean, the area where the fallow deer is going to be, and decided that just masking it out with a little bit of Frisket was the ideal way to go for this. Yeah, as I said, you can work in mixed media, so if you wanted to do the background in watercolour, you could, and then apply coloured pencil or pastel pencil or even watercolour pencil on top. That's fine. Plenty of tooth for plenty of layers. The pastels that I'm going to be using today are a mixture of PanPastels and pastel pencils. So PanPastels, if you haven't heard of those before, it's a compressed pastel pigment in little round pots. They look like makeup, compact makeup cases. They are quite expensive, but the pigment goes a long way, and through the years I've only ever had to replace the white, I believe. So they are expensive, as I said. You can buy them in sets of 20s, or you can buy the full set. I think there's about 180 different colours. I know it's something crazy. I've got about 30 different colours that I've bought singly excuse me, and you can just mix them and work with them as you would paints, really. Oh, excuse me. There you go, that's the 3 I'm working with at the moment. Just a quick flash up onto the screen there. So if I want to mix a new colour that I don't actually have already, there's a few ways of going about that. You can mix them on the paper, or you can mix them on one of the pans. You know, you can add another colour to an existing pan to create a different colour. You won't contaminate the pigment underneath the top layer, so that's fine. But generally what I tend to do is I'll get a piece of paper, like printer paper, on the surface next to me, on a table next to me, and I then apply different pan pastels to that piece of paper, create my new colour on that piece of paper, and then transfer it onto my painting with one of these tools. These tools are called soft tools. It's like a plastic palette knife with a little foam sock that fits on top, and that's what you pick your pigment up with and apply to your painting. You can use makeup applicators, they work just fine. Usually find the cheaper the makeup applicator, the better. So something along the lines of a bag of little makeup tools from the pound shop would usually do the trick. So these soft tools and PanPastels are owned by the same company, and that was the PanPastel company, but they've since been taken over by Golden's Acrylics. They've bought them out. No change to any of the quality, it's just a transfer of ownership, and all readily available from art stores worldwide, I believe, and obviously available from places like Amazon too. So here I'm just adding some different greens and dotting them about with a little bit of white as well, speckled in, which I'll tint later. So tinting is just where you add a lighter colour like white or a light pink or a light yellow, and then go on top with a different colour just to alter it slightly, to tint it to a different colour. Okay, so speeding through this, I probably won't do a voiceover right the way through because I don't think my voice is going to hold out for an hour and 52 minutes. So what I'll do, I'll explain as I'm going along, and then I will stop the voiceover and it'll be nice and quiet, and you can just watch and have some music playing in the background if you want to. If you want to fast forward to where I actually start working on the deer, it's about an hour in. Okay, so just applying a little bit more. When you're applying greens to a painting, if you've ever looked out your window, or if you take a look out of your window now and you can see foliage, there's always a mixture of greens. Every green you can think of in nature is all mingled together, so dark greens, light greens, mid-tone greens, as well as warm greens and cool greens. And in a painting you can apply just the same effect, use all the greens you want to create interest and dimension to a painting. But the same can't be said for blues. If you're going to create a painting where you've got a subject standing, say, near a lake or a river, the blue in the water is often the blue that is in the sky. It's just a reflection of that same blue, say cobalt blue or ultramarine blue. If you start mixing your blues up in a painting, it not necessarily, I don't know what I'm saying, do I? It doesn't always have the same effect. So it can look a bit wrong if you add too many different blues into one painting, whereas green's the opposite. As I said, greens in nature vary a lot and they all look great in a painting. Excuse me. So we're just going for an out of focus effect here in the background. I am making all of this background up now. It's not in the reference image. The reference image of this fallow deer is actually from unsplash.com. You can also look for images on pixabay.com. All the images on those two sites are royalty free, which means you can use them for your paintings without any copyright infringement, which is great. I usually tend to work from my own reference materials, or there's some of the PanPastels in one of the little palettes that you can buy separately. to keep them safe, and also it's a nice way of holding them while you're painting as well. Yeah, if I go out with my camera, I'm often just looking for the pose of an animal or bird. Once I've got a nice pose, I bring the photos back to the studio and then work from that pose, and often add in detail by looking at other images that I have or that are on the internet. So you can always fill in details of a certain species, but really it's a pose that I'm looking for to begin with. Just adding a little bit of interest there, putting in a little bit of a brown hint going into the background there, and I'm literally just picking a little bit of pigment up at a time, because the pigment does go a long way, so you don't want to load up that little sponge with too much pigment, because you'll be going on forever to try and use it all up. And if you want to get some interest into your painting, it's nice just to vary the colours that are going onto the paper. Oh, you'll have to excuse me, I have got a big mug of hot water with me, so I'll keep sipping that so I don't lose my voice again. Okay, so just dotting on a little bit more. So yeah, I've taped the Clairefontaine pastel matte paper down to an MDF board, just with a bit of painter's tape actually. It's what I had at hand. And the masking over the deer is by the Frisket brand. And you can buy the masking film either in matte or gloss. I have a mixture of both. I'm not really bothered which one I use. It's whatever one's on sale, and then I buy quite a bit of it. If you ever have any problems getting masking tape or Frisket tape or Frisket film or any kind of tape off a painting, if you're frightened it's going to rip the paper, then just heat it with a hairdryer first, and it just sort of loosens up the stickiness of the tape. And when you're peeling off, if you're peeling off masking tape from around the edges of a painting, always pull away from the painting and not towards the painting, and that lessens the risk of damaging your painting as well. So just got that top right hand corner out of the way for now. I do go back into it while I'm creating the rest of the painting, but I've covered up that fallen branch to a certain extent that's enabled me to move on with the rest of the painting. When I work through a painting, it's nice to work from the back of the painting towards the front of the painting, so I get the background in and then the midground, then the foreground and subject. That's just the way I like to paint. And it enables me, as I'm doing that, even if I'm working on the foreground, I can still go back into the background to balance a painting out. So you'll see through this video that I do sort of go from one aspect of the painting or one area of the painting to a different area of the painting, backwards and forwards, and that's just me balancing out the painting as we go. And that's balancing out in contrast, balancing out in how out of focus something is, or how detailed and in focus something is, and it's just nice just to do that. Those of you that follow me on social media will know that I'm actually building a new studio at the minute. Oh no, I must be mad. I'm actually doing a full garage conversion at the moment, and I'm doing it myself, so with the help of my dad as well, my stepdad Fred. My dad passed away in 2001 and my mum's remarried, and I call Fred Dad, he's lovely. So yeah, so my stepdad's helping. We've got the floor joists down and things like that. Just having a break at the moment from building the new studio, because the next step now is getting the garage door taken down and the brickwork and big picture window put in place. I'm actually having somebody in to do the brickwork because that's not something I trust myself with. I don't mind joinery and things like that, and the carpentry side of things, but when it comes to brickying, if it was at the back of the house, I'd have a go, but being it's at the front of the house, no. My husband's cousin Gareth, there you go Gareth, you've got to mention, is actually going to do the brickwork and window fitting for me, so that's great. So that's the next step. So in January, which is only a few days away now, but at some point in January, that part of the construction will be underway, which is great. And as soon as the new studio is finally finished, I will do a studio tour video. I know a lot of people have been asking me about that, and yes, I will do it. And I will do a video of storage solutions and things like that for art materials. So at the minute, I'm actually having to work out of our spare box bedroom, and it's not the TARDIS I hoped it'd be. It is tiny, and I'm actually surrounded, literally just surrounded by all my art materials, and I'm having to work in a space that is about 3 foot by 5 foot, so not ideal. And this size painting is about the limit, because anything bigger and I won't be able to step back to have a proper look at it. So so a bit restricted at the minute, but looking forward to the new studio. Oh yes, please like and subscribe. I've popped that pop-up on, more to remind me than anything else to say if you'd like to see more videos, then don't forget to subscribe, and hopefully YouTube will send you notifications when new videos are released. Okay, back to this one. So same again, going on with, I think there's about 4 different greens going in there with a little bit of, it looks like white, but it's not. It's a very, very pale blue, very light blue, sort of white with just a hint of cool blue. And it's just mixing that up a bit. So we don't want anything in the background to be in focus. We know it's foliage of some description, and that's all that matters. And obviously I've popped the finished painting at the top left hand corner so you can see what I'm working towards. So the reference image of this fallow deer, as I said, is on unsplash.com, but it's in a herd of other deer, and I just picked out this deer. I thought that'd be nice as a standalone piece. So if you just go on unsplash.com, type in fallow deer, I'm sure there's plenty of, probably hundreds of fallow deer photographs that you could work from to create a painting of your own. So this looks time consuming, and I guess it was, but it was, this painting was such fun to do. It really was. I'd got lots of coffee on the go, as always, me and coffee. My spirit animal is coffee. And I was probably listening to either a podcast or I had YouTube playing in the background, something along those lines, and just a nice relaxed atmosphere while I was working. So yeah, brilliant. I love it. I feel very blessed that I can do this for a living, and even if it was just a hobby as it was before, just very blessed to be able to create artwork and enjoy it, and also to enjoy looking at other people's artwork too. So it's nice to be able to appreciate other artists' work as well. If you're a beginner or an intermediate artist, don't look at other people's artwork and think, oh, theirs is so nice, I might as well just give up now. No, look at other people's artwork that you admire and just think, yeah, if they can do it, I can do it. You know, we're all on the same journey. We're all at different stages along the journey. And as long as you're enjoying your journey, that's all that matters. I hope everybody had a fantastic Christmas, if you celebrate Christmas. Or if you don't celebrate Christmas, I hope you had a nice break from work, or you got to see family and friends and things. That's always nice, isn't it? Just taking a break from normality and chilling out for a while. Did anybody get any art supplies for Christmas? Or you've treated yourself to any new art supplies? I've treated myself to a few bits and bobs, but nothing really spectacular. Just filling up my stock really. Well, there were some good deals on Amazon. I think everybody shops on Amazon now, don't they? So literally just picking different colours out of those little pans that I showed you earlier and just popping them on very randomly. And being random while you're doing this is quite important, because if you think about what you're doing too much, you end up creating a pattern, and that's not what you want. So while you're doing something like this, if you want it to be completely random, try thinking about something else, or as I said, you know, listening to YouTube or a podcast, or have a film playing in the background, something like that, and it just stops you, it inhibits you from concentrating too much on what you're doing. And hopefully by doing that, you'll be able to create something that's randomized as opposed to patterns. Just going on with darks, mixing it up, light to dark, dark to light, going backwards and forwards. Either way it works. If you only want to work dark to light, then do it that way, but I just generally just work both ways. So just pop in the little soft tool into the pan, and then just popping a little bit of colour on at a time. If they mingle together on the paper, that's fine. If they mingle together on top of the pans, that's fine too. Adds to a little bit more variety in the painting. So I wonder if right now any of you that voted for longer videos are regretting your decision. Yeah, so hopefully once I'm in the new studio, there's going to be a lot more room to video all different things, such as, let's have a think, stretching paper. I've already popped a little video on about stretching watercolour paper. That's on the YouTube channel now, but I'll also be able to video things like mount cutting. I've got a mount cutter that nobody's ever seen me use. I do use it, but I've never videoed that, and that's something that I'd like to put on my YouTube channel as well. They're quite inexpensive these days, the mount cutters, and they're really easy to use. You don't need to be a mathematician to work the measurements out and things. It's quite simple, it's quick, and it does save money. My mount cutter has paid for itself really quickly, because buying a big piece of mount board and cutting several mounts out of it is much cheaper, especially if you're working at a size that isn't a standardized size. So maybe you're working letterbox size, and you're doing, or letterbox style painting, so it's an unusual shape and size, maybe 5 inches by 12. You're not going to be able to get an off the shelf mount of that dimension, and if you go to a frame makers and ask them to cut you a mount for that particular size, it might cost you quite a bit more than, you know, buying an off the shelf cut mount. But if you buy a full sheet of mount board, you can easily cut that yourself. You've got loads of leftover mount board to make all different shapes and sizes. You can get mount cutters that do ovals and circles. I've not got anything like that. I don't think it's something I'd use, but that is an option if that's the route you'd like to go down. And all of the little inserts, so when you cut a mount, the bit you take out of the middle, if it's too small to cut another mount of, that's not waste, that can be utilised. You can use coloured pencils on it, you can use pastels on it, you can coat it with clear gesso or white gesso and then paint on it, so nothing goes to waste at all. Even the smallest piece of leftover mount board can be used for something, Christmas tree decorations, things like that. So yeah, no waste if you buy a mount board cutter. Turning it upside down now, just, you don't have to. I just like, oh, I'm not turning it upside down, and decided it against it. Okay, so yeah, when you're working on a painting or a drawing, I like the freedom of being able to rotate my painting to make it easier for me. I know it's not ideal for filming, but it's whatever gets the job done quickest for me. And if I've had problems with my shoulder with rotator cuff muscle in my shoulder before. I don't want to aggravate that. It all started, I've worked as an artist for a long time, and it all started because I was keeping my arm in a certain position for a long time, and it just caused problems with my rotator cuff muscles in my right shoulder. So now I know not to keep my arm in a fixed position for too long, and it's thankfully it's all settled down, doesn't play up anymore. So by turning the board around, makes it easier for me to reach areas instead of leaning over the painting to reach them. But I've decided I'm fine doing it this way. Adding a little bit of like a steel greyish blue to the background there. The little pans do have numbers on them, colours on them, on the underneath of the pan. It shows you the name of the colour and pigment information as well. But really, I really don't go. If I want to colour in the background, I just look at the pan, and if it's the right colour, it works. If it's the wrong colour that I've picked up and doesn't work, I just put it down and pick up another one. If it's something I haven't got, like I said, I just mix a new colour myself. Okay, just applying a little bit more to the background. Nice out of focus background. Adding the blues into the background and a few cooler greens will push the background further back from the viewer. So cool colours look like they're further away. Excuse me, warm colours look like they're closer to the viewer. So that's really something to keep in mind while you create a painting, especially if it's from your imagination and you're making it up as you're going along. Just keep that in mind. And obviously things further away, get them more out of focus if you can. Things nearer to the actual subject, if the subject is going to be completely in focus, then everything around that subject needs to be in focus as well. And then obviously coming towards the front of the painting, the things that are closer to the viewer, I tend to knock those out of focus too. So we've got an out of focus background, slightly out of focus foreground, and everything in the midground where the subject is, especially in this painting, will be in focus. Obviously with a painting this size and a subject that is quite small, you can only put so much detail in anyway. So if I wanted to have a deer that was highly detailed, I would have either done this whole painting a lot bigger, which obviously I can't in the studio I'm in at the minute, or I would have just done a head study or even an eye study if I wanted to go really in depth with detail. Think about these things before you start a painting. In preparation, I like to do a few thumbnail sketches, and what that is, it's not a sketch the size of your thumbnail. I wouldn't fit anything in that. It's just a little really rough sketch, normally about the size of 3 inches by 2 inches or 2 inches by 2 inches or something like that, depending on the composition I'm going for. And I'm just really with a pencil, a normal graphite pencil, just a really quick sketch. So no detail, just general shapes of the subject that's going into the painting and where the lights are, where the darks are, where the main contrast is going to be. All of that just gets quickly scribbled out on a piece of paper, gives me a rough idea of how the contrast and the subject and the composition are going to work in the final painting. Not everybody does it, some do, some don't. It's worth giving it a try though. Excuse me. So adding just some out of focus leaves and tree canopies there. Obviously you can see in the final painting I do have some rays of sun coming down. Like I said, none of this is in the original photo that was inspired by It's just the deer really in the original photo. I just like the pose of the deer. It's beautiful. And I was so relaxed doing this painting. It was lovely. And I think that shows, if you, I don't know about you, but when you're working on a painting, sort of how the painting is going to affect you while you're working on it, and how you affect the painting while you're working on it is different with every single project. Creating this painting just made me feel so relaxed, and I'm hoping that that is something that viewers will feel when they're viewing the finished painting as well. It's a nice atmosphere, it's a relaxed atmosphere, quite serene, and that's how I felt when I was creating it. It was lovely. My phone's ringing in the background, it's buzzing away on the table, but I'm going to ignore it. Sure, it's not something important. I will just reach around and have a quick look. No, can call those back later. Sales. Okay. So here I've mixed a little bit of that steel blue colour with a little bit of the light blue and the light green, just making sort of a muted tone there. As I said, if you're interested in pastels and you haven't tried pastels before, I'd recommend you just get a few pastel pencils to begin with and just have a play with those before you start splashing out on PanPastels and things like that. If you've painted before with a palette knife and enjoyed it, then you probably would enjoy creating artwork with the PanPastels and those little tools, because it's very much like painting with a palette knife. It's the same sort of feel you get applying the pigment. Using a blending tool just to soften some of those edges. You can use your finger, but this is nice because you're not depositing any oils from your fingers onto your painting using one of these tools. And these are very, very inexpensive. You can get sort of a pack of 10 for a few, £2 or £3. And what I generally do is I have quite a lot of these little paper. It's like a compressed rolled paper. You normally see people using them to blend graphite and charcoal, things like that. What I tend to do is have a bunch of these just for pastel work, and I'll have a few that I just use for blues, a few of them I just use for greens, a few of them for just light colours, and a few of them for dark colours. So you're not contaminating the pastel work that's on your paper. I have seen people sharpen these blending tools. I don't. They go quite feathery and rough if you do that. What I do is I just get a microfiber towel or an old t-shirt or something cotton, and I just wipe it clean on that, and that does it for me. That's fine. I have separate ones that I use for graphite and charcoal because I don't want to contaminate my pastel work with any graphite or charcoal. That's another thing. When you're first sketching out your subject for your painting, I sketch out on a separate piece of paper. I make all my mistakes sketching wise on that piece of paper, and once I'm happy with that sketch, I'll transfer just the lines that I need over onto my Clairefontaine pastel matte paper, either by the normal tracing method with a piece of tracing paper, or I'll use some trace down, graphite trace down. Once I've got my initial lines on the Clairefontaine pastel matte board, I go over it very, very gently with a rubber to lighten the lines so they're nice and light, so they're not too dark, and then apply my pastel on top. And the reason you don't want dark graphite lines is graphite in general is shiny, and it doesn't play very well with pastel sometimes, so less is more. I only need guidelines. That's all the graphite lines would be there for. It's just guidelines, and they're all going to be covered up anyway by pastel. I know what I'm doing. Sorry, I was going to say I don't know what I'm doing there, but I'm reaching across to my iPad. So on the left hand side of the easel is like a chest of drawers with art supplies in. On top of that is a little stand with my iPad in. That's where I've got my reference image. So generally, unless I'm teaching, I don't print off any reference images at all. I have them all on my iPad and I just work from that. The thing is if you print off, right, that's a Carbothello pastel pencil, just adding some little, what I'm assuming are like mayflies, little flies that have been caught in the rays of the sun, and they're not in the background, they are round the deer's head. So just adding them in there, softening some of the little highlights out there with the soft tool. I can't remember what I was going to say. Oh yeah, unless I'm teaching, I generally don't print out any reference images. I don't feel I need to. I'm not too concerned about colour. It's more about contrast in a painting. I've seen some people, they'll print out a reference image and they'll have it right up next to where they're working on their painting, and they're colour matching like mad. That's not fun for me. I want to work with colours that work for me and work for my painting, and sometimes what you see in a photograph won't always work well in a painting. So just keep that in mind. If you really want to, oh, that's another thing. If you're working on a commission of a pet, someone's pet, then yeah, you need to be true to colour. You need to do like for like, because the owner will know if you've got the colour wrong. But when it comes to wildlife, in general, well, life in general, a subject under one lighting scenario will look a different colour to the same subject under a different lighting scenario. So, you know, colour can vary. Keep that in mind. But yeah, I don't print out, I work from a screen. Okay, so we're moving into the midground now. I'm not saying the background is finished. I will keep popping back and adding a little bit to it, but now I've decided to move forward and start working on the midground. And the reason I work from back to front is because everything at the front is always overlapping something in the back, and everything in the midground will overlap something in the background. So it makes sense to work from the back to the front of the painting. So adding some lights in, just mapping out really. It's not because I want to work light to dark, it's because you can go both ways. It's just a case of, in my mind, I just want to get onto the paper what I have in my mind. Yeah, if that makes sense. So just mapping out where I want some taller grasses. Obviously, as things come towards the viewer, they'll become more and more detailed as they come towards the subject. So just keeping that in mind as well. And as you can see in the finished painting, there are so many greens, all different greens, as I was saying earlier. Just start mixing up the greens. Just because a deer's standing in a green clearing in a forest, you don't just want to have one big patch of green, because it would just look wrong. You need, you know, get that variance. Oh God, sorry, I've got a cold. That's my excuse, I'm sticking to it. But you know what I mean. Just, yeah, keep the variation going throughout the painting. Any questions, pop them in the comments below. I do read them all and I answer everybody. And I'll put a link to all the materials and everything that I'm using in the description below as well. So I'm hoping to release this video on New Year's Day, which is Sunday. It's Friday today. Friday that I'm doing the voiceover. This was filmed earlier in the year, but just haven't had a chance to get around to doing the editing and things, being so busy. Days turn into weeks and weeks turn into months, and yeah, I know I'm not on my own. I know there's a lot of busy people out there, and some of them manage to release a video on YouTube once every 2 weeks, or even some once a week, and it's just mind-boggling how they do the editing. But if people can cope with this style of video that's quite unedited and just sped up to 300%, that's fine. And then I'll just do the voiceovers, and it's an easier way for me just to get some PanPastels being shown there in one of the trays. So that's how many I'm working from now. And there's different pigments on top of a light green, and that's how I like to work as well, mixing different colours on top of one of the pans. You won't contaminate the pigment underneath. And when I've finished this painting, all I do is get a soft tissue and just wipe across the top surface of that pigment. It'll take the loose pigment off the top, leave the compacted green pigment underneath. So don't worry about contaminating underlying pigments. Adding a bit of variety now and a little bit of texture, not texture that's standing up off the painting obviously because it's a dry medium, but just to make it look more textured as we're moving forward through the painting. Oh my word. And different shape tool. These tools come in 4 different shapes, these soft tools, and the little sponges that fit on top are like for like. So you got pointed ones, square ones, rounded ones. There's 3 or 4. And you buy the plastic tools once, and then you can just buy the little sponge covers as needed. The rougher the paper, obviously the quicker these little sponge tools wear out and have to be replaced, the little socks, sponge socks. Excuse me. But they're quite economical, and yeah, if you're using something like a sanded paper, obviously you might get through a couple of those little foam socks per painting, depends how you use them. Working on a smoother paper, that obviously they're going to last longer because there's not as much wear and tear. So just backwards and forwards with the greens, and might be colour mixing on a little sheet of paper while I'm back. So it's working really well. I just, yeah, as I was saying, thoroughly enjoyed this. All the drawers to the right, so those coloured drawers on the right hand side of the easel, excuse me, I've had them years. I bought them from B&M, and I don't know, they're probably designed with all the rainbow colours to go in a children's bedroom or something, but it works brilliant for me. I keep all my pastel pencils in there. So I've got 2 sets, one set of drawers on top of another. The top set of drawers, I've got all my Caran d'Ache pastel pencils in, split into colour families, so pinks and browns and greys and yellows and blues and greens. And then in the bottom set of drawers, I've got all my other brands, pastel pencil brands, but all in colour families. So mixture of brands but in colour families. And it works great. Yeah, I love that. It's amazing what you can find when you shop around. And everybody's storage systems and how they like to keep their art materials is going to be different. That's just how I like to work. Coloured pencils I tend to keep in the trays I bought them. When I use them, I get them out on the desk in colour families. That's how I work with colour pencils. Watercolour paints and things like that, some are in their original packaging, others have been squeezed into, if I've bought tubes, I squeeze them into pans, let them dry, and then work from dry pans. You know, everybody's different. Obviously oil colours, acrylics and things like that will stay in their tubes till I need them. and paper storage, because I buy this Clairefontaine pastel matte paper in large sheets, as I do watercolour paper, and then cut it all down to size when I'm ready to use it. All of that is stored in large boxes under my bed. So we've got one of these beds, you know, where you lift it up and there's loads of storage underneath. That's all art materials under there. Some people keep clothes and shoes and things under their beds. That's weird. I just keep art materials under mine. I do have a large plan chest that does hold paper, but at the minute that's being stored at in my parents' garage, because obviously my garage is no more a garage now, it's a work site, a construction site, but it will be coming back, and then a lot of the things that are under the bed will be moved back into proper storage in the new studio. God, it's so exciting. I'll be so glad when it's done though. Yeah. My husband's so patient, just living in a building site at the minute. So now in the background we were adding, or I was adding, little dots of colour because I wanted it to be really out of focus. Now working forwards in the painting, I'm doing more vertical strokes with the soft tool, so building up the depth. And it's great because you can pick up two colours at the same time, so I can use that little, you know, tool, and on one edge I can pick up a light green and on the other edge I can pick up a dark green, apply both at the same time, and you get a sort of a two-tone effect. Really good. It's worth having a play if you've got those tools and the materials at home, if you've not thought of trying that before. Saves time, yeah, picking up two colours at the same time. So what I'll do now, I'll leave it ticking over. I'll stop the voiceover for now. I'm losing my voice. I'll let the video carry on. And then I will pick up again further on into the video and describe what I'm doing when there's a little bit more to see. Okay, so I'll stop the recording now. And I'm back. I've had a nice glass of water and my throat's feeling okay now. So I thought I'd pick up here. Now I'm starting to add some detail. So all the underlying base coats are now complete on the background, midground and foreground. And now I'm going in with a Caran d'Ache, which is one of the softest pastel pencils I have, and starting to add a little bit of detail. So some highlighted areas in the grass. And just very random as well, but not taking the strokes right from the bottom of the grasses up to the top, because it's only the tops of the grasses that are going to be catching any light, so they're obviously going to look a little bit lighter. So yeah, I've got all different brands of pastel pencils, Caran d'Ache, Derwent, Faber-Castell, Daler-Rowney, Pitt Pastel, Conte pastels, and I do find that the Caran d'Ache are generally the softest. Obviously it depends on the colour. Some colours in different brands are going to be softer than other colours in the same brands, so just bear that in mind. You might want to test out a few of your pastel pencils and find which ones work better for creating highlights, but yeah, the Caran d'Ache are great for this. I'd sharpen all of my pastel pencils with a knife and then sand them down to a point if needed on a piece of fine sandpaper. There is a video on that that I've popped onto my YouTube channel about how I sharpen my pastel pencils if anyone wants to take a look. Okay, now working on the deer itself. So I've removed the frisket and now I want to get the lights in. So anywhere on the antlers where the sun's going to be hitting the front of them, I do want it to have a slight highlight running down the front. So I'm going to apply that first, and that is with a Carbothello pastel pencil. So I need a pastel pencil that's going to be a little bit harder, retain the point for a little bit longer because the actual pastel pigment is harder, and just getting some highlight in there. Excuse me. So that's something that I don't want to lose, so I want to get it in first, these highlighted areas. Obviously, if I had gone in dark already, you still could put the lights on top. That's a Derwent pastel pencil now that I'm using. And just switching between them, whichever colour I need. So get those lights in first, and that way there's less chance of me losing those lights later in the painting. So it's all about contrast. There's not a lot of contrast in this painting, but there's just enough to make it look natural, I believe. I didn't want to hype up the contrast too much in this, because it was more about sort of a serene, gentle feeling to the painting than anything else. So don't know if I'm looking for colours now or looking at the reference image, or I don't know what I'm doing, but yeah, I might have even been having a sip of coffee. Going in with a Pitt pastel. They're a little bit of a harder pastel, and picking up sort of a flesh tone there. So going in with a little bit more detail. So you could do the base coats with the PanPastel on the deer, but you're less likely to be able to go into finer areas, you know, smaller areas, because of the size of the tools that you use with the PanPastels. So I'm choosing to work with the pastel pencils now. Turn the painting upside down, obviously to save my shoulder, but also just to make it easier to access certain areas of the painting. And this is why I like to work on a board that I can rotate. Even when I'm working on acrylic paintings, oil paintings and things, I do like to be able to rotate my board or canvas, just so it's an easier way of working. Excuse me. And obviously if you turn your painting upside down, turn your reference material that way as well. Actually, you would end up with a headache. Well, I would, yeah. Obviously, if I'm working from life, if I'm out plein air sketching, I can't do this because I can't ask a deer or some, oh, there you go, some colours that I'll be working with. Can't ask your subject to do a handstand or anything. So when you're plein air sketching, when I'm plein air sketching, Obviously I don't turn anything upside down for that reason. But plein air sketching, I wouldn't be putting a lot of detail into my drawings or paintings anyway if I'm plein air sketching, because it's time, and obviously weather as well. Being in the UK, you're not always guaranteed a day full of sunshine to sit and paint. So if I go out plein air sketching, I'm looking for poses again, and a composition maybe, contrast, things like that, a few rough sketches, a few watercolour washes, and then I can create a full painting from those once I'm back in the studio, spare bedroom, soon to be studio. I'll keep going on about it because I'm so excited. It's brilliant. But those of you that work from maybe a dining room table or things like that, yeah, I've been there, done that. Whatever works, isn't it? You know, wherever you can get your art supplies out and create a painting or a drawing, you do it, because even if you've got a tiny spot in the corner of a room, it's better than nothing, isn't it? Or even if you're just sitting with a drawing pad and some pencils on your knee on the sofa, that's good enough. Or some people that are, if they're ill and they're, you know, creating artwork while they're sitting in bed, that's great. You know, you're creating, and that's the main thing. So wherever you can create, just make the most of it. Make it your space if you can. A little bit of purple going in, because obviously the antlers are covered in velvet, or they were when the photo of this deer was taken. So blood supply going up through the antlers. Creates the hints of pink and purple, and I just thought purple's nice because there are hints of purple in the background and I've put a hint of wild irises in the midground as well, if you've noticed, just a tiny hint of purple in there as well. If you go into a painting and you just happen to pick up the wrong colour and place it into your painting, sometimes you can sort of disguise it, go over it, layer over it, or sometimes you can erase it. But if it's a colour that you've put on by mistake and there's no way of taking it back out of a painting, just pop that colour into other parts of the painting and it will look like it's meant to be there. It'll create a balance that looks correct. So nobody needs to know except you. And obviously nobody ever hangs their, well, not that I know to, nobody ever hangs their finished painting next to their reference image. So the only person that will know is you, and as long as your painting looks correct, that's all that matters. And as I said, colour changes with the time of the day, you know, with the weather conditions, things like that. So don't be too worried about colour. It's more about contrast and composition to create a painting. So because the deer is going to be in focus, there's going to be a little bit of detail added, obviously not too much because of the size of the subject, and that will be mirrored in the amount of detailing around the subject as well. So using a variety of colours, a variety of pastel pencil brands as well. I'm really choosing the brands just for the colours at the moment. That's a light pink that was going in there. That was one of the De La Rowney pastel pencils. If you wanted something to stay completely white, then either go in with a white pastel pencil first and get that white in, or you can, if you don't mind working mixed media, then you can actually go in with a white coloured pencil, sort of wax or oil based coloured pencil, but just be aware that once that is down you won't be able to go over it with pastel. It sort of repels the pastel. That's something to keep in mind. But say you're working on a slightly bigger subject and you want part of a highlight in an eye to remain completely white, and you don't want to contaminate it with any pastel or anything like that, then yes, use a coloured pencil, wax or oil based coloured pencil, get that white in, and it'll stay white throughout the rest of the pastel application. So that's a Derwent pencil. The Derwent pencils have got the dark red barrels to them, and they've got an end cap with a colour on, but I don't normally look at end caps for the colour. I look at the leads themselves and just choose my colours by looking at the actual lead. It's very, very rarely that I will swatch out any dry mediums. I do swatch out most wet mediums though. If you've ever looked into a a palette of watercolour paints that have dried, sometimes you can't tell the dark greens from the dark blues and things like that while they're dry. So it is nice to always have a swatch card that you've made yourself, so that you know which colours you're picking up and what they're going to look like once they're wet. Excuse me. I'm not going to be able to do much voiceover, I don't think, until my voice runs out. Just have a sip of water. I'm back. And that's a very, very light pink in the Daler Rowney brand. Obviously, when you're working on a pastel painting, don't lean on or don't rest your hand on any of the painting that you've already created, because you will smudge it. This pastel matte, Clairefontaine pastel matte paper, there's hardly any fall off at all when you're working on this. There's no need to fix it once the painting's finished. Just mount it, put it behind glass, and it's good to go. All of the, as far as I'm aware, all of the PanPastel colours are all light fast, as are most PanPastel pencils as well. So just pop it behind a mount, then behind glass, frame it, and you're done, really. And back the right way round. Oh, the antlers are looking good now. I like those. And now you can see why I've put that light yellow at the front of the antlers, on the front facing edge of the antlers. It just makes it look like the sun's hitting the antlers, catching the light. Getting a few darks in now so I don't lose where the eyes are, where the nose is. And it's just a matter of taking your time and just building up the layers. Nice light layers. You can always add more, but if you add layers that with too much pigment and you feel too much of the tooth all in one go, it can be tricky to add more detailed layers on top. So less is more. You can always add more, but it's hard to take away. You can lift pastel off of the Clairefontaine pastel matte paper either with a piece of masking tape or scotch tape, or even with a putty rubber, but you 9 times out of 10 you can't actually get back to the colour of the paper underneath, because the pastel does stain it slightly. So make sure you're just putting down light layers. Take a break every now and again when you're working up close to a painting like this. It is nice to keep stepping away, having a look at it from a distance. Obviously I can't do that in the tiny room I'm working from at the moment. There's not enough room, because if I can back up about 2 feet, then I've got a bookcase behind me. So what I tend to do, or what I tended to do working on this, was take photographs on my mobile phone, and then a mobile phone. I wouldn't be able to take them on a landline phone, would I? Oh dear. Just take a photograph on my phone and then have a look at the painting on my mobile phone. And by looking at it in a smaller digital format, you can pick up things that need to be altered. You know, your eye sees more looking at it like that. It's like stepping back from painting in a bigger room and deciding what needs altering, what needs more colour, more contrast, etc. I've recently finished a large Amur Tiger pastel painting, and because it was larger than this one, I was having to take it into another room, prop it up and step back and have a look at that, because I couldn't even get a full photograph of it on my mobile phone. I couldn't get back far enough away from the painting to fit it all in frame. And when you are working, creating artwork, keep giving your eyes a rest as well by looking out of the window or looking at something as far away as possible, just to give your eyes a break from looking at something so close up. So I'm actually resting my hand on a mole stick at the minute. And I think the mole sticks were originally created for sign writers. I think it was sign writers probably using them. So they had a steady hand for doing the fancy lettering and things like that, but they weren't actually resting the hand on their work surface. This one was bought from on Amazon or somewhere. I think they've got like a ball on one end, and you rest the ball on either on your canvas, or I tend to prop it on top of the board. I'm holding the bottom of the mole stick with my left hand while working with my right hand, because I'm right-handed. And it just keeps your hand and your arm off your painting, keeps everything clean. So you can use that if you're oil painting, acrylic painting, or just drawing in general. And I do generally like to work standing up at an easel. If you're putting sort of wet washes onto watercolour painting, things like that, I'll work with that flat on a table on a work surface. But I do prefer to work standing up. That's one of the Caran d'Ache pencils, nice and soft. And the art light I'm working under and filming under is washing out the colours a little bit. The painting in the top left-hand corner is true to life, so the colours are much more vibrant than you're seeing on the video. So it's a perfect light to work under though, but not so perfect for filming. And definitely not perfect for photographing artwork either, because it's too light, too bright. It is a daylight art lamp. I'll link the light in the description below as well. So obviously working a subject this small, you can't get a lot of detail in, especially in pastel. But you want to create texture. So, you might think of a fallow deer as being a reddish brown with white spots. But, if you just did it like that, it would look so flat. So, like we did in the greenery, just get a lot of mixes of colour going into the painting to give it the subject form and interest and texture. And if you put a colour down and you're not happy with it, just carry on and glaze over it with a different colour, a colour that's more pleasing to the eye and more realistic. I've been asked to do a stag, a big, a red deer, a big stag, but a lot of people do them, and I'm just after a little bit of inspiration to do one that looks a little bit different, maybe a different kind of setting. So if any ideas, pop it in the comments below. If you've any subjects that you'd like to see me create, or any mediums that you'd like to see me work in, then please pop it in the comments below as well. I work in oils, acrylics, obviously pastel, coloured pencil, inks, graphite, charcoal. I do digital drawing as well, digital painting as well. So anything you'd like to see, just drop it in the comments below and I'll add it to my to-do list. it was nice saving the subject till last, actually, because it's obviously my favourite part. Or not obviously, but it is, you know, I'm a wildlife artist, so the actual subject itself, animal or bird, you know, reptile or amphibian, whatever, it's always my favourite bit. And it was just nice in this case that it was saved to last. Some of that purple colour coming in again. Which is nice because we've now got the purple, a hint of purple in the background and a hint of purple in the foreground and midground, and adding it to the deer as well just pulls the whole painting together. And going backwards and forwards, so I don't just do one area of the deer and then move on. Once I've done one area of a subject, I will always carry on building on it as I build on the rest of the subject. It's like the background, the surrounding foliage and everything. I pop backwards and forwards between each bit, balancing everything out, adding colour or taking away colour. I'm really happy with how this painting turned out, and it's framed and in my home, so although never say never to selling something, but I want to keep it for a while. Very self-descriptive, isn't it, watching this? It's just lots of light layers, and I'm not pressing down with any of these pencils. Excuse me, I'm just letting the texture of the paper just grab the pigment. Excuse me. And that's enough. And I know that way I'm not filling up the tooth of the paper too quickly. As I said, it does take a lot of layers as long as you work with a light hand. And by working this way, it does enable me to alter the colour of the pigment I'm laying down quite easily, tinting it and blending the colours together on the paper. It works really easy if you're using a light hand. Whereas working the background, midground and foreground out of my imagination, I'm actually looking at the reference image now just to make sure that I'm getting the markings and things in the right place, not necessarily highlights and things, because I've made the lighting situation up myself, but some of the highlights are in the photograph, some aren't. Going on with the Carbothello. This is a creamy colour, but it's not too yellow, so it's not got too much of a yellowy hint to it. It's more of a neutral cream. Back in with that sort of purpley colour. And I've just carried on and just put in sort of a russet colour across the body and back. And now just putting the markings in on the rump and tail. And that's a Faber-Castell pastel pencil. They're a little bit harder, so they retain a point a little bit more. Oh, and I've just noticed I added whiskers to the just underneath the deer's chin as well. Still quite a way to go though, just building up the colours very gradually. And if you're ever adding black to a painting. I never add black on its own. If something looks black in a photograph, in reference material, I either want it to look like a warm black or a cool black. If it's a warm black, I'll be adding sort of burgundies and reds and reddish browns under it and over it. And if I want the black to look cool, then I'll be adding lilacs, blues and purples to the black as well. Now that's the black going on now. I've already added some undertones to it, some purpley undertones, and now just a little bit of black going on top. If you just add black on its own, it can look very flat and not very natural at all, because all colours reflect light. Black reflects colours around it, as does white. So you never really get anything that's pure black, you know, jet black or pure white. But I just felt the need to darken this a little bit more. But what you don't want to do, you don't want to just darken that area and nothing else in the painting, because that will stand out a mile. Then the contrast between that and the rest of the painting would be too high. So people's eyes would be drawn towards that instead of the painting as a whole. Earlier I was talking about adding cool colours to the background and warm colours to the foreground, and you can see in the completed painting that I've added quite a bit of warm tones to the foliage in the foreground, bottom left hand corner, and that just pulls that bit of foreground closer to the viewer. Carrying on with the light layers. Still lots to do. But I don't know about you, but when I'm working on my artwork, whether I'm painting or drawing or sketching or, you know, just doodling in general, the time just whizzes away, you know. It's before you realise it, you've missed lunch time and it's closer to dinner time. It's just so relaxing. I love it. I love every aspect about it. I love going out and taking photographs, getting back home and opening up the PC and scrolling through photographs and being inspired, and it's just lovely. It's just get lost in it all. And never enough time to do everything that I want to do. There are some subjects and things that I do want to do. I'm planning to do some bigger paintings once I'm in the studio, especially acrylic paintings and things where on canvases that I've not got room for at the moment. And big drawings too, and big pastels. I mean, this Clairefontaine pastel matte paper goes up to 50 centimetres by 70 centimetres. So some nice big pastel works too, and some mixed media works that are a bit larger as well. Charcoal and pastel, that works nice together. And watercolours and coloured pencil, they work nice together as well. Get the watercolours on, because coloured pencil can be such a slow medium, so it is nice to have something underneath like a watercolour, you know, get all the washes put on first and then work all your detail with coloured pencils. That's a nice way to work, and a bit quicker than doing it all in coloured pencil. As long as it's all archival, it works for me. Whatever saves time generally is the route that I'll go, and as long as it's archival. Oh, the Clairefontaine pastel matte paper and board is acid free, so it's completely archival. It won't affect any light fastness in any of the materials you're working with, so that's great. It is a quality paper. It can be quite expensive, but when you think the amount of hours that go into a painting or a drawing, it's well worth spending that little bit extra on, you know, a decent quality paper. Just blending those colours out there, pushing them down into the tooth of the paper with my finger very quickly. Adding some green to the underneath of the deer, because obviously some of the light from the grasses and foliage underneath it will be reflected back up to the underneath of the deer. So I just wanted that to show. That's not, I don't think that's in the reference image, but you don't want your subject to look like it's been cut out and stuck onto a painting. You want it to be part of the painting, as realistic as possible, unless that's the sort of thing you want to go for if you're working in a more stylized style. But for me, it's all about realism. So getting those little things like foliage reflections and things like that is what I like to do. If you haven't already, please like and subscribe. It does help my YouTube algorithms. If you like a video, YouTube is more likely to share it with other people. And obviously if you've got friends or family that like art or like wildlife or might want to get into art and haven't yet, then please share my videos with them. It'd be really appreciated. You could share the YouTube videos on Facebook or Twitter or MeWe or LinkedIn, anything like that. That'd be really appreciated. Thank you in advance if you do. And if you haven't already, please follow me on social media too. The links are in the description below, and hopefully be one of the first to see the studio come to life when it happens in this coming year. Excuse me. Add in some markings now. And these don't have to be exact. I mean, all the fallow deer in the world are all going to be different from each other. So as long as they're right for the species, they don't have to be right for the individual. It's whatever makes the painting work, as long as it looks real. Just getting a little bit of texture going on there. So this is, I guess you could call it detailing, but it's not really, because the subject's so small. It's more of a case of getting a feel of the texture of the hair, making sure that the markings and the texture is running in the right direction for that species. Using a few different colours, a little bit of tint in there, that's glazing really. So I've put the texture on with a light colour, a creamy colour, and then if it's showing up too much, I just excuse me, glaze over it using the side of a pastel pencil with very little pressure, just letting it glide across, and it will just tint that cream colour to whatever colour I'm using at that moment. As I said in the beginning, this is speeded up. I think it's 300% sped up. So, if only I could work that quick. But would it be as enjoyable? I don't think so. Even if you could create something this quickly, I think you'd probably lose some of the enjoyment in it. You'd probably be in the Guinness Book of Records, though. A little bit of glazing again, just glazing over those lighter areas. Just don't want them standing out too much. And just when I rub it with my finger like that, I'm just patting it down, blending it very slightly. I'm not trying to disturb it too much. Now there I was, so I put a little bit of pressure on with the edge of my thumb there just to get a softer blend. A little bit more green going in. Now I've added all the markings, put base coats down the legs, and adding a little bit more green to the underneath of the deer. He looks quite pot-bellied there, doesn't he? Because the angle, the camera angle. But if you look at the finished painting, he is a normal shape, I promise. And some more reflective green going up the legs. Back with the mole stick. And adding just a warmer tone down the front of the legs. That's a Carbothello. They're quite soft. If anybody ever asks me which pastel pencil to start with, that's probably the brand I'd suggest, I'd recommend to start with, because they're a nice mixture between the harder brands and the softer brands, and you can literally do everything with a Carbothello. You could do this whole painting with the Carbothello pastel pencils. It'd take a lot longer, obviously, especially with the grasses and things, but you could do it. And they're a nice range of colours in the Carbothello range as well. I think the full range, I don't know if it's 60 colours or 72 is the full range for the Carbothello, and they're very well priced as well. They're not too expensive. The most expensive ones are the Caran d'Ache. Currently, I should say. So a little bit more texturing down the backs of the legs. I know it's hard sometimes to decide when a painting is finished. And you could literally go on for hours and hours, if not days and weeks, adding more to a painting. But at some point, you've got to decide when to stop and call it finished. Because, you know, you're only going to get so many paintings done in a lifetime, and I want to do a lot, and I'm not going to be able to do that and experiment with more techniques and more subjects if I'm spending too long on any one painting. So at some point, if what you're adding to a painting isn't making an awful lot of difference, then you can probably say that it's finished. And in the famous words of Leonardo da Vinci, a painting is never completed, it's merely abandoned. So, but abandoned with love, I think. When you think you can't go any further, just stop and stop, sign it. If it's pastel or anything like that, get it behind glass. If it's an oil or acrylic, wait till it's dry, the recommended drying time, and then get it varnished and framed. And then move on to your next project. And while I'm working on paintings, 9 times out of 10 I'm thinking about what I want to do next anyway. So in my mind I'm often thinking, oh right, okay, so I'm coming to completion on this one, so what do I want to do next? And I start having ideas about subjects or compositions, or maybe a colour, maybe working in this, and I've worked with purple, maybe I'd be thinking I want to do something with more purples and lilacs and pinks in next time, you know. So, oh, that was my stomach. I hope you didn't hear that. It is lunchtime. Adding some final details now around the grasses and foliage. Because it was looking quite bland under there, it was looking quite flat. So adding some highlights there, give that grass a bit of a lift. Add in some more wild irises by the looks of it, or some grass seed heads, or I don't know what they are. I was just making up as I was going along. It can, or they could be, I don't know, wild crocus maybe, I don't know, wild orchids, or it could be, yeah, clover, I guess, in the smaller areas, the shorter grasses, there could be some wild clover in there. But yeah, just making it up, adding a little bit of colour, randomly placed, pulling the whole painting together. But nothing that's too detailed or that is going to stand out too much, that is going to take the viewer's eye away from the deer, because obviously the deer is the main focal point in this painting. Just about 6 minutes left to the end of the video. I hope you've enjoyed it. I hope you've learnt something. I hope you take something from this video, sort of a technique that you'd not thought of, or I hope you've been inspired to try new subjects that maybe you've not tried before, new medium that you've not tried before, even if it's not this medium. On my channel I've got watercolours and dry mediums, you know, and ink tents, which is a Derwent product, a water soluble ink. That's fun to work with. You get nice vibrant effects with that. You could work with ink tents on the Clairefontaine pastel mat. Maybe you've worked with PanPastels, or maybe you have PanPastels and you've not worked with them yet. I hope it's inspired you to give them a go. Experiment, have fun. It's your journey, it's your life. Life's for living. It's not a spectator's sport, and I can't go a day without creating something, even if it's just, you know, doodling or sketching. It's just part of me and who I am, and if I don't get to create, I do feel a bit, yeah, down, like I've wasted a day. That's silly, I guess, because no day's ever wasted. But yeah, hope you've enjoyed it. Please like and subscribe if you haven't already, and follow me on social media if you wish. And if you're interested, I do teach monthly workshops at WWT Martin Mere. That's in the UK. Just one workshop a month over there, and I alternate the workshops between watercolour and pastel. And it's all wildlife inspired workshops as well. We do mammals and birds, and hopefully in the new year we'll be doing reptiles and amphibians too, or a mixture, who knows. I've not decided, I've not planned that far yet. But we've done owls, tigers, foxes, beta, so different species of birds, different species of mammals, all fun. Red squirrels seem to be a favourite with people, so that was fun. Using the side of the pastel pencil instead of the tip, just to make some out of focus marks on there. So they're not any particular species of grasses or anything, just random markings, just to... It takes the foreground out of focus, puts more emphasis on the in focus parts of the painting in the midground. And it looks like, oh, I thought I was working off screen then, that would have been clever. That's a very hard pastel pencil, it's like a dark bottle green, just getting a little bit of variation in contrast into the grasses under the deer, because the deer would be casting a little bit of a shadow. Not a defined shadow shape, but just a little bit of cast shadow. making it all random again. A few more highlights going on. Little wisps of grass and maybe seed heads and things like that. But nothing too definite, nothing too distinct. And as I said, if you put it in one area, put something in one area of a painting, make sure you put it in other areas too. Just so it doesn't look like an accident. It just makes it look purposeful. Using the side of the pencil again because I want these pieces to be out of focus. Blending it out with my finger just to soften the effect a little bit. And don't forget, once you've finished a painting, make sure you sign it. So I normally sign either in the right hand bottom corner or the left hand bottom corner. All depends on the composition of the piece. If in doubt, just write your name on a piece of paper, lay it in one of the corners and see how it looks before you sign the actual work. I do believe we're coming to completion now. Like I said, you never know when to stop, so you could carry on forever doing something like this. Oh, I'll just add a little bit more here, I'll just add a little bit more there, but at some point you've just got to say, right, that's it. It's not making a huge difference to the overall look to the piece. And also, if I'm adding detail on a piece this size and I can't see it when I'm 2 foot away, then there's no point in adding it really. Little more bit of the limey green, and there he is, finished. Hope you enjoyed today's video. I know it's been a long one, but you did vote for longer videos, so there'll be more like this to come. If you want shorter videos as well, then that's fine. Just drop a comment in the comment box below. And that's it for today. Stay safe, everybody. Stay creative. Have a fantastic new year. Stay safe if you're going out, and I will see you all in the new year. Take care. Bye-bye for now. Bye-bye. Hi there my friends, welcome back to my channel. Today I'm working pastel on Clairefontaine pastel matte paper. I sketched out the image of this fox on a separate sheet of paper, then transferred it to the pastel matte paper using the trace down method. So I've started by applying all of the background with PanPastels, and I'm now applying the base coats of the fox's fur to the paper. And if those, there you go, that's what PanPastels look like. They're like little round compacts like you get makeup in, and there's compacted pigment in each pan, and you just apply it either with your fingers or with one of these soft tools. So these tools are like made of plastic, a little bit like palette knives, coming 4 different shapes and sizes, with little sponges like little socks that you pop on, and you can turn the sponges round when you've used one side of them and use the other side. You can wash these and dry them, but they do tend to wear out quite quickly, so I probably get through 1 or 2 during a painting of this size, and it really is like painting with paint. I like to get all of the base coat layers on first, get some movement in the fur, obviously keeping an eye on my reference images so that I know that the fur's travelling in the correct direction and roughly the right length as well, because obviously throughout a painting the fur density, direction and the hair length will change, as will the colours and the tones. But what I try to do is I try to squint at my reference images and just look for the basic colours and the basic values within each given part of the reference image. I do have my image up to the left hand side of the easel on my iPad, and what I do is I like to put a grid, a very light colour grid over my reference images, but I don't put that on anywhere on my drawing, not even when I'm sketching out. It's just that by having a grid over my reference image, it helps me to focus on a certain part of the reference as opposed to the whole thing. And I very, very rarely, if ever, print out a reference image. So once the base coat's all applied, I can move on to the next part. So I don't do any detailing at this stage. I just want to get some colour down onto the paper. And Clairefontaine pastel mat, if you haven't heard of that, the paper that I'm working on today, it is my preferred paper now for pastel and has been for many years. I used to work on velour and all different pastel papers, but I always come back to this paper. And the reason being, it's got a texture like cork. It sort of feels like cork if you run your hand across it. And it doesn't feel like it has an awful lot of tooth. Well, in actual fact, it does. It'll hold multiple layers of pastel. I've never ran out of tooth with it. And there's no drop off. So none of the pastel falls away once the piece is finished, and I don't have to use any fixatives either. You can use fixatives on it if you want, but I've never felt the need for it. So going on again, I've changed the sponge. In actual fact, it's a different shape tool as well. Popped a clean sponge on there, and now just picking up some of the darks and applying them. And you can either mix the colours in the little palettes themselves as you would with paint, or you can get a piece of sort of printer paper to one side, mix the colours on there, and then lift with a sponge and apply those to your paper. You can work light to dark, dark to light, and I tend to work both ways. So just getting the base coats on now. I hope everyone's keeping well. I know it's been a while since I posted my last video, but I've been getting ready for an exhibition that's coming up towards the end of the month. That's the EWA, Exhibition of Wildlife Art. I'll pop the details of the exhibition in the description. So if you want to take a look, they have an online gallery that runs all the way through the year after the exhibition as well. Well, during and after the exhibition. I'm also exhibiting at the moment somewhere else as well, at the Catalyst Museum in Widnes in Cheshire as well. So busy, busy, busy. But I wanted to get this piece finished. It's now finished and framed. And yeah, it's just been a bit of a busy time. So applying more. And no white at the minute. It looks like white's going on there at the minute, but it's actually white mixed with a lilac colour. And obviously, as always, I've popped the finished painting to the top left hand corner of the screen, so you can see what I'm aiming for. So I use several different reference images for this painting. So I do like to sketch and get my initial outlines from a variety of reference images, just so it's something pleasing to the eye. So just a nice composition. And this piece it's quite a large piece actually. It's just under a full sheet of Clairefontaine pastel mat paper. So just resting my hand there on the bottom of the easel, just steadying myself a little bit. You can use, I do later on in the video, use a piece of glassine paper that's also made by Clairefontaine to rest my hand on, just to steady my hand. And you can put the glassine paper over any medium and nothing sticks to it. So, and I also have a mole stick, and I sometimes use that as well to rest my hand on. If you find now I did find this during this painting, that makes sense. My hand went shaky for some reason, I don't know why, later on in the painting, and I found that if I pushed my hand against the surface that I was resting it on, the shaking stopped. So tip there, I'd either had too much coffee or not enough. So building up some more colour. And this is nothing like the reference image, the colour that I used in the, especially the lighter parts of the fox. I just wanted to bring some of the background colours into the fox fur itself. As with all colours, the whites and the greys in the fox's fur reflect its surroundings. So I do like to bring in some of the background colours, and it just gels the two together, gels the subject and the background together. It gives a more harmonious feeling in the finished painting. So the background was completely made up. So I just popped a load of colours on there and had a play and hoped that it would all work out, and it did. I was really pleased with it. And I do like to get the background in first. So I know some artists leave the background till last. That's not something that I generally do. I like to get the background in, then put the subject on the top, so there's no halo effect around the subject. Nothing worse than getting a subject in and then having to put the background in, because then you'd be wary of moving right up to the edge of the fur with the background. I do like the overlap that occurs when you put the subject in after the background. If I ramble today, please forgive me. It's early in the morning and I've only had one coffee so far. So just popping a little bit of a creamy apricot colour in there, some blues. And because there's blues going in, I didn't put any yellows in, because then you'd end up with green, because these colours will mix. And going on with some pencils just to darken. That was a Caran d'Ache pencil. That's a Caran d'Ache pencil as well. So the Caran d'Ache pastel pencils are very soft and very creamy. So I like to use those in certain areas, but I will go between brands depending on the colours that I want and the softness, the amount of softness I want. So not really putting detail in as such, just putting texture in at the moment. That's also a Caran d'Ache. And having a wider range of pencils, if you are going to use pencils, does help, because the pencils are harder to mix. Soft pastels, easy to mix a colour that you haven't got. Pastel pencils, a little bit harder. It can be done, but it's just a little bit more time consuming. So there with my finger, just blending out some of the harsher lines that I'd created, because I want it all to look quite soft under there. I want the focus to be on the fox's face, especially the eyes. And later on in the video you'll see that I've filmed the eyes from start to finish, so there's nothing left out there for you to see. Now I have a canvas on my easel and I'll be sketching onto that this afternoon, so looking forward to that. So just building up some movement in the fur, making sure there's no straight lines, because there's no straight lines in nature, especially when it comes to fur and feathers and things like that. So just patting it down, applying a little bit of pigment and then just patting it down so it's not too, defined. So just putting some directional strokes in there, just so I don't lose my way and it ends up looking flat. And it looks like a quick process because this is really sped up, but it's a slow process. I'm guessing that acrylics are probably my fastest medium, coloured pencil being the slowest, and then everything else sits in between. If you're new to a medium and you want to try a new medium, then I do suggest working a little smaller just until you get the feel for a new medium, because it can be quite tricky to work on something really big if you haven't used a medium before. And also, if you're going to try a new medium, then it's in my artistic journey, it's always been better to try a new medium with a familiar subject, and vice versa. If you're going to try a different subject, then use a familiar medium until you get used to the subject you're working on. So still working with the Caran d'Ache pastel pencils at the moment, just to get a softer effect. So the softer the pigment, the softer the effect that you'll get. And patting it down, blending it out just a little bit. Further on in the video you will see that I start using a paper stump when I want more precise blending of areas, but that'll do for now. All of the colours, all pastel colours, they might look quite opaque, but they do have some transparency to them, so layering is always the way I go. It just allows the colours underneath to show through a little bit. And you can glaze with pastels just as the same as glazing with a paint medium too. And when I sharpen my pastel pencils, I do use a knife, and then just to remove the wooden outer covering, and then I use a piece of fine sandpaper just to get the pastel to a point. The pigment that is sanded off can be mixed with a little bit of water, and it can be used as paint. So there's no use. I'm waffling today, sorry. There's no need for any wastage. Okay, so I'll come back to the throat area of the fox later, and now it's time to start applying base coats to the ears. So using a piece of glassine paper there to rest my hand on, and it won't pick up any of the pigment that's already been applied beneath it. Keeping my eye on the reference image, so the direction of the strokes I'm putting on is in keeping with the fox fur. And not putting any of the lightest areas in. So when I'm looking at the reference image, I'm trying to look beyond the detail. So I'm trying to look at the tones and the values that are beneath the detail of the fox. I know some artists squint, which I do sometimes. I squint at my reference image so everything blurs. And because I'm working with a reference image on my iPad, I can always digitally blur the reference image, and that helps too. And also the beauty of working from a reference image on a digital appliance such as a phone or an iPad is that I can zoom in on screen if I need to. When I come up to the edge of the ear or any part of the fox where it's touching the background, I just have to be very careful that I don't get any of the pastel onto the background, and that I don't drag any of the background into the area that I'm working in. So again, going on with the base coats there, but not too light, because that can be saved for working with pastel pencils in a bit. So when working with pastels, you don't need soft pastels and pastel pencils one or the other will work. If I was to do all of this in pastel pencil, which I could, the whole thing in pastel pencil, I could do that, but it would take a lot longer. And vice versa, I could do the whole fox in soft pastel. It would just be a softer looking finished painting, because obviously detailing is a little bit harder to get when you're using just soft pastels. With the PanPastels, you don't actually need that many colours because they're so mixable. You can, as I said, mix them on a piece of paper, and it is like mixing paint. As long as you've got a basic knowledge of colour theory and colour mixing, you can make a limited palette work really well for a painting. So turn the painting on its side now, and using a harder pastel pencil, so a harder brand. And there comes the little wooden paper stump. Sorry, I don't think I'd be able to do it with a wooden stump. That'd be like a toothpick or something, with a paper stump. And just to blend things out, I'll put the different makes of pastel pencils in the description. So that's Carbothello pastel pencil. I know that one because the whole barrel is the colour of the lead, of the pigment. And I believe that's a Faber-Castell. So building up the texture now, which is it's fun. It's such an enjoyable medium to work with. No dust in the air, and no pastel fall off onto the easel or anything like that. And that is just down to the paper, the Clairefontaine pastel matte paper. It can be used with any dry medium, graphite, charcoal, pastel, coloured pencil, and because of its texture and how it's made, it can also be used with water-soluble mediums too. So sometimes if I'm working on a piece such as a leopard or a cheetah, something that's got vivid markings, dark spots, I do sometimes go on first, pop my initial sketch on, and then block everything in and the markings in with gouache, and then go on top. Gouache dries with just about the same texture as this paper, so it dries matte and it gives a little bit of tooth too, so it's very similar in texture to the paper when dry, and that can speed things up as well. So there's nothing worse than going over black pastel with a colour on top and then the colour being slightly altered by the mixing with the pastel that's underneath. Now you eliminate that if you pop gouache on first instead of a black or dark brown pastel pigment. So again, keeping my eye on the reference image, making sure I'm not doing, oh, there's 10 hairs just there and 4 hairs just there. I'm not doing it like that. I'm just making sure that the hairs I am putting on are travelling in the correct direction and that they are roughly the correct length for that part of the anatomy of the fox. I have my glassine attached to the top of the board, just with a bulldog clip, so I can move it around when I need to. And again, working light to dark and dark to light. And blending out again with a paper stump. And the idea when I was first thinking about doing this fox portrait was that I'd have the head definitely in focus, and then as I moved across the fox to the left of the painting, it would go more and more out of focus. So the bottom left hand side of the painting doesn't have any detail in it at all, and then as you move to the right and up towards the face, the amount of detail increases. And people often ask me what colours do I use, and to be honest, I haven't got the foggiest. So I just look at what colours are in the reference image, I pick up a brown, try it. If it's the wrong one, that's fine, I'll pick up another one. Colour isn't that important. Contrast and the way you work your own colours together are more important. Because if this fox is under a different lighting or in a different environment, its colouring would be different anyway. So I don't worry about things like that. As long as it looks realistic, that's what matters to me. And obviously once I start using a certain brown or a certain cream or a certain tan colour, I put those to one side. So I can keep going back to them. Okay, so I've put all of the base coats around that eye, and now I can go in with the eye and get that settled in. So because it's a smaller area, I'm not using the PanPastels anymore, and the whole of the eye is going to be worked with pastel pencils. So starting just mapping out where the shadows are underneath the eyelid. And the eyes are nothing like the reference image either. I've altered them quite a lot, the colour. I'm sorry if you can hear my phone going off in the background. I'm just going to mute it. I'm back. Oh, the joys. So just popping in where I want the highlight to go, and I can alter that colour, popping in a little bit of a blue, and yeah, the highlight, there's not a lot in these eyes that is anything like the reference image, except how big they are, and obviously where they're situated on the fox's face. I can't go away from that with the reference image. But the rest is, I want it to feel like the light's coming down from the top, and just putting life into the eyes really. And I think that comes with practice. You can have the best reference image in the world, but will it look okay as a painting? And some are yes and some are no. So knowing a little bit about anatomy, if you want to practice eyes, I always say to people that big cat's eyes are one of the best ones to practice on. There's a lot of life in big cat eyes, and if you zoom in, you go into lots of detail and play with different colours, and just have fun really, and remember that you're working on something that is round. It's not flat, you know, it's a complete sphere, and you want to make sure you get the darks in at the sides so it looks like the eye is actually going round and back into the animal's skull. So you do need shadows, you do need highlights, because no eye is flat. So you're leaving some highlights there so it'll look wet when it's finished. Making sure I'm going in with different browns and reds and a little bit of green as well. And just varying it. Just varying the colours. A little bit of, looks like a little bit of yellow ochre going in there. And a burgundy going in. And just taking it nice and slow and steady. And the beauty is if I do put a colour in that I don't like, I can either go over it, or I can get a little bit of scotch tape or masking tape and gently lift the pastel back off the paper, as long as I haven't pressed it too far into the tooth of the paper. Popping in the pupil with a dark brown, so no black. If I want to use black I can, but it'd be right at when I'm finishing the eye. I don't want any black in there yet. So the darkest browns, the darkest burgundies, you could even use a dark blue or a dark purple to really push those darks. And blend in delicately with the paper stump. And as you apply the pastel to the paper, you can actually blend the colours as you work in them, so you can mix the colours as you're working on the paper too, blending the edges together of different colours. So variety, getting a lot of variety in there with the colours that I've already used in the painting so far. And I just pat it down, so I'm not rubbing it in or anything like that. I'm just patting down the colour, and that just blends it very slightly with whatever's underneath it. Anything too light I can go over with a darker colour, and anything too dark I can lighten up too. And that's sort of a bluish grey just going on there, just adding a little bit of a change to the highlight. And in with a tiny bit of black there, and a tiny bit of black underneath the eyelid. One thing to stay clear of, if you want your eyes to look realistic, is to either use a reference image that hasn't been taken with a flash. So I do quite a few commissions, and obviously people send me photographs of their pets or wildlife photographs, and if they've used a flash, you'll end up with just like that pinprick of light in the eye, so a circular dot of light in the eye. Now even if that is in the reference image, I change it to a more natural looking highlight, because when I see a painting and it does have just that dot of light, all that says to me is, oh, whoever took the reference photo had a flash on at the time, and it does look very artificial. So by altering that and putting a more natural looking highlight in, just helps with the realism of your finished painting. So just taking a break from the eye at the minute. And sometimes when I am filming, I do flit around from one part of the painting to another, and it's just while I give my head a bit of a break from whichever part I've been working on, and then when I come back to it, it's looking at it with fresh eyes, but without having to stop working. If I reach a point in a painting where I do really need to have a break, I'll just go and make a drink, or sketch on something else, work on something else, and then come back to it with fresh eyes. Once I'd finished this fox, I left him on the easel for a couple of days, and then I did come back and alter a few little bits that were standing out to me when I was looking at it with fresh eyes, and then obviously I have to make the decision that it's finished, and that can be hard sometimes. I know a lot of people say, when do you know that a painting is finished? And I just think of Leonardo da Vinci, and he said a painting's never finished, it's merely abandoned. So because you could go on forever, but at some point you've got to call it quits and move on to your next project. If you think there's something wrong with your painting or drawing and you're not quite sure, there's a few techniques you can do. You can turn your painting, your project upside down and have a look at it. But what I tend to do is I take photographs of my work on my phone while I'm working, and I'll have a quick look, and 9 times out of 10, if there's something not quite sitting right, it does show up when you're looking at it in a small digital scale. You can also edit the photo on your phone, increase the contrast or alter the colour tint, and if it's looking better on your digital image than your actual painting, then you can just go back and alter your painting to match the changes you've made on your phone. So that's another tip. So not leaving any white on the membrane around the bottom of the eye. Added a little bit of pink there. You can add a little bit of white as well. A little bit of yellow going in, but when I'm putting yellow on and I've already applied a little bit of black around, especially underneath the eyelid, I've got to be careful the two don't meet, because they will create a strange, not very nice to look at green. So yeah, the eye's probably what took the longest on this painting. And that's nice, I don't mind that. That's what I enjoy. So pop the other eye in, and now onto the nose. So again, the nose in the photo, in the reference photo, was very bland. Nothing really exciting about it. Muted greys and black, and that's not what I wanted in this painting. So again, using colours from the rest of the painting and from the background, start making it up as I go along really. So some lilacs from the background, and then just working in little circular motions just to create texture on the nose. Oh, for those of you that have been asking for longer videos, this one's running at around 52 minutes. So it's really hard to know what to do, shorter videos or longer videos, but a lot of people have been asking for the longer ones, so I am mixing them up a little bit more. Especially when it comes to things like eyes and noses. It's just nice to see the work that actually goes into them. If you'd like me to cover any subjects or mediums, just pop a comment below and I'll add them to my to-do list. And if you've been a regular on my YouTube channel, you know that I do work in quite a few different mediums: acrylics, pastels, graphite, ink, coloured pencils, all different things. Gouache and watercolour as well. Just making sure that the shadows and darker areas are in the correct position, else the nose can quite quickly go out of shape. And very gentle blending. The colour of the paper definitely helps. The Clairefontaine pastel matte paper comes in a variety of colours, but I tend to stick either with this one, which is the light grey, or there is one called, I think it's called a crew, or it might be called sand actually, which is a subtle brown, a light brown. But apart from that, I don't really use any of the other colours. And I do buy the big sheets and cut them down as I need them. So onto some fur. Again, I'm just popping in some guidelines, really dark guidelines, so I can judge which direction the hairs are growing and the length, and taking it slightly out of focus the further away from the eye I go towards the edge of the fox. So when you want to create a sense of out of focus, you can use the side of the pencil, which I'm doing there, and you can also let your pencil go quite blunt too, and that stops you from popping too much detail in. So just breaking up that line there. And in with some dark again, just blocking everything in really. And this is how I work the rest of the face as well. Just all the base coats have been put in with the soft pastels, the PanPastels, and then it's a case of going into each segment of the face, each part of the face, and starting like this, just using the pastel pencils to start blocking in the areas that are darker, and then add in the details and the highlights as I go. Keeping it soft and still out of focus. Excuse me. And then when I go on with that yellow ochre, then I was just gently glazing the cream colour that I'd put down earlier. That's a pink going on there, very light pink. Back in with a burgundy. So backwards and forwards until it's looking how I want it to look. And that's a dark brown. And turning my pencil, if I want to keep a point for a longer time, I'll put a couple of strokes on and turn the pencil in my hand, and the paper will just pick up the pigment a lot easier, and it keeps your point on your pencil for a lot longer. So just doing a little bit of overlap now onto where the grey paper is still showing. So I don't want a straight edge where the brown fur ends and the white fur starts. So overlapping randomly onto that blank area and just darkening some areas and highlights. Putting the highlights in as well. And again, keeping my eye on the reference image now, because the fur does undulate because of the anatomy of the fox, the muscular structure of the fox and the skull underneath all that lovely fur. And the more you can understand the subject and its structure, the more realism you can achieve in a painting. So a good reference image helps, but it's not the be all and end all. And as I said earlier, just because something looks great in a photograph doesn't automatically transfer to looking great in a painting. So you might need to use a little bit of artistic license sometimes, with sculpting the shapes when working with wildlife photos. Okay, so all the base coats onto the white area that's looking very lilac, but that's what I wanted for the base coat, so I could then work on top of them. And it's all about making the white fur look as reflective as possible with its surroundings. So this isn't like the reference image at all. So still working on the base coat then, just getting the base coat a little darker where it needs to go. And just very, very small marks going on there, just to break the colour up a little bit before adding the light blues and light lilacs and whites. So when I add white, it's never going to look white as if I'd have put it straight on the grey paper, the white will look as white as it can. But because I'm going over other colours, the colour that's underneath is always going to tint the white slightly. So if I do want to go really white in an area, which I don't on this particular painting, but if I did, then I'd pop the white in first and have no different base coat underneath. But then it can look very flat. So it's a balancing act. If you want something to look really white or very light, then the thing next to it has to be dark. So if you're looking at your painting and a part of it doesn't look light enough, 9 times out of 10 it's because what's next to it isn't dark enough, and vice versa. So it does help sometimes just to play with contrast like that. So just getting little directional strokes in there that will help me later when I start applying the lighter colours. And again, I'm not counting how many hairs are just here or there. I'm just looking for the correct texture. So direction and hair length. That's always a must in any painting that I do. And a fly came to visit. That's a fly flying about. I do blow it blow it away. It comes back a couple of times. So using a white now, and that's a Carbothello white. It's not the strongest of whites because I didn't want anything too harsh. And I will be patting it down and letting it mix with the lilac underneath. And I do glaze blue over the top of it later as well. Patting it down, there you go, and it just softens it. It doesn't look as harsh. And that's a sort of a bluish grey going on there. And when you're applying base coats to a painting, it can be very easy to actually lose the initial sketch under the layers. So from time to time I do just pop in those guidelines again from the initial sketch, just so I make sure I'm keeping everything in proportion, and details such as the line of the mouth are kept in the correct position. But I don't want the initial sketch so dark that it's going to show through the subsequent layers of pastel either. So just blending that very gently. Oh, my hair, sorry about that. I was blending that very carefully, just creating a very subtle shadow there. and I decided that I didn't like that area, so I went over it and blended it back down so I could go back on top of it. Now I definitely want the white along this side to be a little bit brighter than anywhere else, because the light would be catching it on the edge of the muzzle. But I'm allowing it to blend with the colours underneath as well, and then I can put additional layers on top if need be. Keeping the markings, sorry, the pencil strokes short there, because you would literally just be seeing the tips of the hairs because of the angle the fox is looking, or the direction the fox is looking in. So on certain areas on a portrait, you're going to be seeing the full length of a hair or a 3/4 length of the hair, and then when it comes to areas where the hair is very short, you might only be seeing the tips of the hairs, or no detail at all, as the, you know, if you want it to look out of focus. So just reapplying my little markings in there so I don't lose them. I think this bit was probably more time consuming, going backwards and forwards, than anything else, I think, apart from the eyes obviously. But when you want the focus of the viewer to be on a certain area, I didn't want to leave anything unfinished, I guess. So when you're working in out of focus areas, it can be an unfinished look, and that will make it look out of focus in certain areas. But when it's something like this and it's so close to the eyes that hopefully are the main focus of the painting, then I wanted to make sure it was just as I wanted it to be. So with all the white done, it's time to get some detail into this area and then slowly lose the detail, working towards the back end of the fox. And it's just a case of just randomly popping detail in, and then gradually lessening the amount of detail until I'm back into just the base coats that I'd applied earlier. And then what I'd do is just soften out the base coats, and then leave them alone and not pop anything else onto them. So gently, just very, so it looks like I'm pressing on, but I'm literally just gliding the pencil across the paper now, just letting the paper pick up the pigment from the pencil, so that the detail isn't too harsh, it isn't too detailed. It's blending in with the base coat layers that I've applied underneath. And then just increasing the darks in some areas, but still keeping it nice and soft. And blending it out so it looks even softer. And there you have him. Red Fox in pastel on Clairefontaine pastel matte paper. Thanks for joining me today. Please like and subscribe if you haven't already. Drop a comment below if you'd like me to cover any subjects or mediums. And I will see you all soon. Take care, everybody. Bye. Channel. Today I'm working pastel on Clairefontaine pastel matte paper. So using some PanPastels for the background. I've masked out the actual subject itself. And what I did was I sketched out the Kingfisher on a separate piece of paper. And then using a light box, I created a mask out of Frisk masking film, placed that on the pastel mat just so I didn't have to work really delicately around the outline of the Kingfisher. So if any of this pastel goes onto the frisket, it doesn't matter. You just peel the frisket off and it leaves the silhouette of the Kingfisher nice and clean underneath. You don't have to work like that, but it's just a way I like to work. It means I've not got to be so careful. Okay, so just using the PanPastels, 4 different colours to create the out of focus background. So the reference images that I was working from had nothing like this in the background. This is just something I wanted to add to make it my own. The actual Kingfisher is made of 3 different photographs to make a composition that I found pleasing. So that's just something I tend to do. So using the PanPastels, if nobody's used them before, it's pastel pigment in like a little pan. So it looks like a makeup compact. They're quite expensive, but they do last a long time. In actual fact, I've had mine for about 5 years now, I think, and I've only ever had to replace the white. So they do go a long way. So that's PanPastels for the background. I could have used different brands of soft pastel, but for me this is just a way that I'm used to. It's nice and easy, it's relatively quick as well, and I think I got the background done in about an hour and a half, 2 hours, something like that. Excuse me. So I'm applying the PanPastel with a soft tool, and these tools you can buy them singularly or you can buy them as a set. It's like a plastic spatula, a bit like a palette knife. It feels like palette knife painting actually when you're using these, and they've got a little foam sock on the end that's removable. The little foam socks last about 1 per painting, I would think. You can use them on separate paintings, different paintings. You can wash them between paintings as well, but for me they tend to wear out roughly towards the end of a painting, depending on how much they're being used. So you can buy the tools, little sponges you can just buy as extras and keep, topping up your supply of the little sponges as needs be. I hope everybody's keeping well. It's May the 19th, I think, today. Right, okay, so yeah, Clairefontaine Pastel Matte is the paper. It's very thick. It takes a multitude of layers, which is great. This is my preferred paper now for working with pastel, and I also like to work mixed media on this paper as well. It will take wet mediums as well as dry, so you can use graphite, charcoal, obviously pastel, coloured pencil, acrylics, gouache, ink tents, Derwent ink tents. So it really is a nice paper. Comes in a variety of colours. You can buy it in pads or you can buy the separate sheets. I tend to buy the separate sheets and then just cut them down to what I need. Yes, does come in a lot of colours, and I'm mixing my words up now, but I tend to just stick with greys and beiges. Okay, now I've mixed up some gouache, not for the faint-hearted this, and I'm just flicking some onto the background. I could have done this with pastel, but I just wanted to experiment, I guess, just in the mood to experiment. So I thought some water spray would look nice done with some gouache, opaque watercolour. So after that was dry, I dried it off with a hairdryer, and then I removed the frisket film, and now I can work on the Kingfisher itself. If you'd like a more in-depth look at how I create bouquet backgrounds in pastel, I do have a separate video on my YouTube channel, so if you'd like to have a look at that later, that'd be great. So working on the fish, so I decided I wanted a Kingfisher that had been fishing, so I thought I'd put a little minnow or something in his mouth. Not quite sure what kind of fish this is, but it's down to detail, isn't it? A lot of people will skip by, especially beginners, think, well, it's only the fish and want to concentrate on the Kingfisher. But when it's all in one composition, it's nice to pay as much attention to one area of painting as it is to another. That way you can get a nice balance. This video is running at about an hour. but the actual project took about 9 or 10 hours, I guess, just at a guess. I don't time myself. So I used to, when I first started doing commissions and things, I had used to time myself just to see how long each piece took, but now I don't bother. Time whizzes by when you're creating, so I'd rather not be reminded of the amount of time I sit or stand at the easel. And yes, I do work in an upright position. That's the artwork, not me, although I do, yeah. So I like to work with my artwork on an easel as opposed to flat on a table or a board. I do like working standing up and sitting down. I think standing up is better because I can keep stepping back, having a look. But for those of you who follow me on social media, you'll know that I'm in the process of building a new studio. So I'm crammed into our spare bedroom at the minute with all of my art materials around me. Quite claustrophobic actually, but so I can stand up and step back, but can only step back about 1.5 feet before I back up into a bookcase. So yeah, okay, so on with the fish. So lots of layers. Started off with the darks. Well, in actual fact I popped a few lights in as well so I didn't lose them, and then just working some different colours in and just building the layers up. This Clairefontaine pastel matte paper will take loads and loads and loads of layers. If you touch it, it feels like cork, so it feels like it won't take a lot of layers, and it doesn't feel sandy or anything like that, but it does. It takes a multitude of layers, and that's why I like it. So I worked on the fish for a while, popped in some colours, some greys, a little bit of blue, pink around the gills. Remember that, you know, every single part of a wildlife painting, you're thinking of anatomy, you're thinking of structure, as well as composition, contrast and colour. So it all comes to play. And if I had a video of filming me, in the studio space, you would notice that I do go backwards and forwards to different parts of a painting as the painting progresses. And that's just to balance out the painting. So I don't think it shows it within this video because it would just be, there'd be too much footage of me sort of standing staring at my picture doing nothing or just fiddling about with little tiny areas. But I do switch backwards and forwards between different parts of the painting. That's part of the process that I go through. That's how I work. So into the beak, I've turned the board on its side just to make it easier for me. I like to have my working surface on a board that I can easily rotate around on the easel, just so I can be in the optimum position, working position, so I'm nice and relaxed, so I'm not having to bend my arm round in weird directions. I did have a shoulder issue a few years ago. I definitely don't want that back. So whatever is easiest to me, I go for that. So yes, I do rotate the board quite a bit when I'm working. Hopefully I don't rotate it too much during this video. So yeah, if you're working at home and you're finding an area of painting or a drawing harder to get to, just if you can, just turn your painting around, even if it means working upside down sometimes. A lot of times that's actually easier because it makes your brain think of more abstract shapes. I could be looking at this beak and if I was having difficulty, my brain's just trying to make everything look like a bird's beak. But if you, I'm just showing you some pencils that I'm using for the beak there. But if you just trust your reference image, trust your techniques, and just go with the flow. And if you do have a good reference image to work from, trust that that's true to life and paint what you see and not what you think you can see. Using a blending stump there, that just pushes the pigment further into the paper, and that way you can keep applying more and more layers on top. Keep pushing the pigment down and then applying more. The great thing about pastel is you can work light to dark and dark to light. Now I did use a variety of pastel pencil brands in this piece. I used Cretacolor, Daler and Rowney, a few Derwent and a couple of Carbothellos. So apart the Derwent comes across as a softer pastel pencil, so not, you know, you're less likely to hold a longer point, a sharpened point for very long, whereas the Cretacolor, Daler Rowney and the Carbothello do hold a point for longer because they're a slightly harder pigment. I do have the full, and I'm very blessed, I do have the full sets of all of them, but I have worked with a lot of companies in the past and they've been generous in giving me their supplies. Current company I'm working with is Derwent. I'm a Derwent ambassador at the moment. They've been sending me extra supplies, and I will be getting around to trying the new supplies out and making videos and reviews and things. Hopefully once I'm into my new studio it'll be a lot easier. So just tightening up some of the edges. And when I'm working with pastels, I do tend to leave tidying the edges right till the very end, because as you're applying pastels, some of the edges can become a bit looser looking, we'll say. Not so much blurry, but a little bit looser, a looser look about them. And it is nice with feathers and fur that you can leave it looking soft. But when it comes to things like beaks, nails, teeth, anything like that, sharpening edges I do tend to leave towards the end of a painting. So I'll get to sort of 90% or 95% through a painting, go make a coffee, come back, and then with fresh eyes have a look, see what needs tidying up. So there was a multitude of colours used in the beak: purples, pinks, magentas, warm greys and cool greys, and remembering the shadows and remembering the form of a bird's beak, to create things that aren't necessarily that visible on a reference image. And the reference image for this was okay. It was sort of 75% clear, but knowing a little bit about wildlife anatomy, birds included, I was able just to put in a little few extras that weren't actually in the reference image. I've just popped in some base coats of the orange and just put in some light green in across the top of the bird's head. Now you can work, as I said, light to dark, dark to light, but it is nice to get some of your lighter areas in so they don't muddy, and by that I mean that they don't mix with a colour that's laid underneath. It keeps the colours a little bit more fresh. So if at any point during the video it looks like I'm pausing, it's just that I'm looking at the reference image. I have it on the iPad towards the left of my easel. That might change when I move into the new studio. It might be on my right, or I might keep it on my left. I haven't decided yet. And I've got marks all over my hands. Probably gets worse as the video goes on, but I've been obviously working in the studio, cutting wood, drilling and things, and I do have a few war wounds on my hand. So sorry if it's off-putting, but needs must. Doing all the work myself, so needs must. Little bit more orange going on. I have popped in a little bit of black gouache where the eye is going to be, and I could have gone in with black pastel, but going on with the lighter colours after that, you do run the risk of muddying your highlights. So I thought I'll play safe, and it's a convenient way of working for me. Popped a little bit of gouache in, went down, made a coffee, come back up. The gouache was dry and I can just carry on. So working in different greens. Now it's easy to look at a Kingfisher photograph and think, oh, they're just turquoise blue and orange. And yeah, that, I mean, when one flies by you, if you're lucky to see one when you're out walking, you do just get this flash of orange and turquoise. In actual fact, it's a memory that takes me right back to my childhood, but I won't bore you with that now. But remember that those colours are made up from lots and lots of different feathers, and the sun will be hitting, or the light source will be hitting those different feathers, highlighting some, casting others into shadow. And just remember that when you're creating artwork, whether it be fur or feathers or scales or even fish skin, you know, the light's going to be hitting at certain points, and that will have an effect on how the light is cast across the subject. So as I said, I've put the lights in, now putting some darks in, and then I'll go in between and I can either blend it out if I don't like it or work with it if I do. Every painting, I'm sure I'm not on my own here, but every time I start a new painting, for the first couple of seconds that I go to paint, whether it be graphite or oils, acrylics, inks, it's like I've never sort of worked with artwork before. Excuse me, it's a really weird feeling. Happens majority of times I start a new painting, but after those few seconds, once I've started, I just get into the zone and it's wonderful. But it is a learning process for everybody, I believe, who creates. Every painting is going to be different to the last painting. Even if I was to create the same painting twice, I would probably go about it slightly different each time. And it's just a process. Pick up a colour. If it works, it works. If it doesn't, put it down, pick up another colour. And the same with mixing colours when working in oils or acrylics or watercolours. If one colour doesn't work, use it a little bit and then mix another colour and see how that goes. And that way, that learning process, like I said, is unique. It's different for every single painting that I create. So he's looking like he's going through a bit of an ugly stage at the minute. Obviously I've got the finished painting to the top left hand corner, so you can actually see where I'm heading with this painting. Obviously I've not got that to look at when I'm working on my artworks. Lots of imagery of kingfishers over on unsplash.com and pixabay.com. So if you want to have a go at creating your own painting or drawing or sketch of a kingfisher, there's a multitude of images over on those two sites that you can go and get. They're all royalty free, which means you can use them in your own artwork. You can sell your own artwork, things like that. There's no copyright involved, which is great. Great for artists. If you're fortunate enough to own a decent camera and live in a suitable location, then it's great to actually go out, take your own reference images and work from those. And I think working from your own reference images, you do tend to learn a lot more about things like composition and things. I think it's relatively easy these days to go onto a photographic site such as Pixabay or Unsplash and choose a photograph that is already compositionally correct, as it were, where you look at it and you know that it looks right. But in that case, are you really learning anything about composition? And I don't think you are. I think it's better to take a photograph, get back home, sketch from the photograph, and then create your own composition. I think you learn a lot more that way. And there's plenty of videos on YouTube regarding composition and things like that as well. So I wanted to create a sense of movement in this piece and capture the bird with quite a bit of contrast as well. Now the reference images that I was working from all had green watery backgrounds. They were very blur. They were very flat looking, the backgrounds were. I just wanted to add a little bit of zing to the background. Not so much that it would overtake the subject though. So again, just finding that nice balance. Some of the colours used in the background I introduce into the subject itself, even though they're not in the reference images. And that ties the two together as well. What I didn't want to do is create the out of focus background, then create the Kingfisher, and the Kingfisher looked like it had just been cut and pasted onto the background. I didn't want that. I don't like to see that in any works, and definitely not in my own. So general rule for myself is to pull colours from the background into the subject and vice versa. Especially if you're doing a foreground as well, I like the same colours to be somewhere in the composition, running through all the different depths of field in the finished project. So this video is running at about just over an hour, I believe, hour and 9 I think it's showing me at the moment. So I will ramble it on a little bit more. Any questions, please pop them in the comments below. I do answer everybody's questions, and if there's anything you'd like me to cover in future videos, please let me know as well, whether that's subjects or mediums, or if you want me to create a video about composition or creating more contrast. Creating more contrast is quite simplistic. It means getting your darks darker and your lights lighter, so the contrast between the two becomes greater, and that adds to a sense of realism, and it does catch people's eyes more than all the colours, really. Sharpening my pastel pencils, I like to remove the wood, the outer wood casing of the pencils, using a knife, a Stanley blade, and then I sharpen the pigment itself on fine sandpaper. And there's a video about that as well on my YouTube channel if you'd like to take a look. I created this Kingfisher painting for this month's workshop. I run monthly workshops in Cheshire here in the UK, alternating them between watercolour and pastel. So I'll have watercolour one month, pastel the following month, and so on. And all of the workshops are wildlife based, and they are at Martinmere Wetland Centre in Lancashire, and 50% of the proceeds goes straight back into conservation. I don't think I've had enough coffee today. So blending tool again, these blending stumps, they're absolutely brilliant for blending colours together, and as I said, pushing pigment down into the tooth of the paper. And all I do, if I've worked on a darker area with the blending stump, I just wipe it clean on a piece of tissue. Now, never try to sharpen them because they'll go all ragged and they'll fray. Just keep some for dark colours, some for light colours, and when they start wearing out, when they do start getting a little bit rough textured, just pop them into your recycling bag and pick up a new one. And they're relatively cheap. You can get a bag of 10 for about £3 or £4 from Amazon. You can make your own, but I've never tried that. It's just rolled paper, that's all it is, tightly rolled paper. So going on with different greys, bringing in those light greys as well as, and some warm greys. A little bit of lemon colour going on there. I don't know the names of these colours. In actual fact, I think the Krita colours, is it the Krita colours? I know some of them have only got numbers on them. Oh no, I think the Krita colours are named, but some of the colours, I think it's the Dale Rowney then, I've just got numbers on, and I just pick up what I think I need, and if it doesn't work I just put it down and pick up another colour. If you do accidentally use a colour that's quite obvious that it shouldn't be there, if you can remove it, fine. If you can't remove it, it doesn't matter. Just put that colour somewhere else in the picture as well. And if you use the wrong colour, she said in inverted comma things. If you use the wrong colour in one place in a painting, pop it into a couple more places in the painting, and it will look like you've done it deliberately and then it wasn't a mistake. But as long as if your painting needs a yellow, try and figure out to start off with, does it need a cool yellow or a warm yellow? So does it need a colour of yellow that's more to the green side on a colour wheel, or does it need a yellow more to the warm side, closer to an orange? And that's a starting point with any colour really. If you see you need a blue or a green, try and figure out, is it a cool one or is it a warm one? Is it a cool blue? So does it lean more towards one side of a colour wheel, or does it lean more to another side of a colour wheel? Blues, for instance, do they look more purpley or do they look more green? Excuse me. That way it narrows down your choice making then. It's easier to choose a colour if you know which way it's leaning, warm or cool. And if your painting requires any black in it at all, I never like to use flat black because it will always look flat. If you want to use a black, put an undercoat of a warm colour such as a burnt umber or a reddish brown, and then put your black on top, and that will make your black look warm. It'll make your black look deeper. If you want a cool black in your painting, put a base coat down of maybe purple or blue, and that will tend to shift your black and make it look cooler. So I don't like to use black just on its own because it can alter the look of a whole painting if you're not careful. Obviously with the black gouache I placed on the eye to begin with, that was just flat black, but I knew I was going to layer other colours on top of it, so that worked out okay. And the same with white. You see birds and animals, different things in wildlife that have a lot of white on them, but white's a very reflective colour, so it will be reflecting the colours around it, whether that's part of the animal's anatomy that it's reflecting or the environment, and you just need to think about that when you're applying white as well. So you don't just want a big splodge of white and just leave it as pure white, because it won't look right. So you can mix in, if you want your white to look warm, you can mix in light tones of yellows and oranges. If you want your white to look cool, then you can mix in light blues and lilacs. Now when you're shadowing yellows and oranges like I am here, it's so easy, isn't it, to pick up a dark grey or black, but black and yellow can sometimes make green, and it's not a nice green, it's sort of a muddy green, especially if you're working with paints. So what I like to do is, if I'm shadowing yellows and oranges, I like to use a magenta for that. It doesn't have to be really, really dark magenta. Just pick up a magenta, a little bit of shadowing then with that, and then a few yellow or orange highlights on top, and it just livens everything up. I'm not trying to create every single feather. I don't know how many feathers there are on a kingfisher's head. I don't want to count them. I won't have time to do them one at a time. I just want a sense of all of the feathers going in the right direction and the right sized feathers in that part of the anatomy. Back up to the beak a little bit there. As I said, I do skip backwards and forwards between different parts of the painting. Just going to have a drink. So working on the feathers on the top of the head, you saw in an earlier part of the video that I was putting all the highlights in, and then I just worked in between the highlights, creating some depth by using different greens and different turquoise blues, and just mixing them up, mixing and matching until I got the look that I wanted. There's no science in it, it's just an illusion. We're trying to create something that looks 3D on a 2D basis on a sheet of paper. That's all it is. And if it goes wrong, it's just a piece of paper with some art materials on. You can start again. So push through the ugly area. There's not a lot you can do with pastel that you can't rectify if you do go wrong. But if you do get to the stage where maybe your paper won't take any more pastel, maybe you've overworked an area, you've filled the tooth, you could try lifting some pigment out with a putty rubber. If that doesn't work and you really do feel like you need to start again, then that's fine. You might have lost a sheet of paper and a little bit of pastel pigment, but you'll be learning, and that's the main thing. With every single painting, you're going to learn something. Whether it works well or whether it doesn't work well, you're still learning. And hopefully, you know, what might be a mistake on one painting might work really well on something else, because we will get happy accidents as well. So just don't be afraid to try. A lot of people are put off doing backgrounds because they're afraid of getting it wrong. They find backgrounds too hard. Well, in that case, get the background in first, and then everything's a bonus after that. Once you've worked on a background and you're happy with it, if you're more comfortable working on the actual subject, then that's going to be a breeze after tackling a background. But if you do find backgrounds unsettling, then these out of focus backgrounds, they're so simple. Nobody can tell you they look wrong because it's an out of focus background, then each one's going to look completely different. But it's a nice way of getting a background into a painting and then being able to just concentrate on the subject. On some paintings, especially in acrylics and oils, I do more detailed backgrounds. But for something like this little Kingfisher study, I didn't want anything to pull the viewer's eyes away from the action that's actually happening with the subject itself. So getting some darks in around those lighter areas on that part of the Kingfisher. And here comes the magenta again for a little bit of shadowing. The Cretacolor pencils, the Daler-Rowney pencils and the Carbothello pencils, their hardness is very, very similar. Excuse me. As I said, the Derwent pencils are slightly softer and the leads are slightly larger, so they're great if you want to cover a larger piece of the paper. But for finer detailed areas, I do like to go in with the other three brands. I also have PanPastels as well. I'm 57 this year, and my dad bought me my PanPastels when I was 14, and I still have a lot of them, and they're still going strong. They're very thick lead as well and very soft, very much like the Derwents. So I've swizzled the board, if that's a real word, swizzled the board back round to the normal position, pulled my glassine paper across so I can rest my hand on it, and then started on these flight feathers. So this is one thing that I did want to be aware of when I was creating this Kingfisher painting, is how many primary feathers, you know, the flight feathers, how many secondary feathers. I wanted to make sure I got the amount correct on my initial sketch. And then, because these are bigger feathers, obviously you can count them. I was actually counting them. I don't know if you saw that. I was counting with my pencil, then making sure I was putting the white onto the correct amount of feathers. So just base coats, very rough. When you're putting in base coats, make sure you're going in the correct direction. So if it's a furry animal, make sure you're going with the direction of that the fur would lie. You can always think of it as if you were stroking that animal, which way would you want your hand to go so you didn't ruffle the fur. Same with feathers. Go in the direction of the feathers. If it's a leaf or anything like that, go in the direction of the veins of the leaf. And that way, if any hard lines occur in the base coats, they won't look out of place because they'll be going in the correct direction anyway, and subsequent layers will often cover them. I've just had a little like and subscribe pop up just to remind me to say, if you are enjoying my videos, then please like and subscribe to my channel. It does help the algorithm that nobody really understands, but liking, subscribing, commenting and sharing all help with the algorithms. And if you like it, like and subscribe, it tells the algorithm to show other people as well, because they might want to watch it and then they might like to like and subscribe too. So building up some darks on top, and I do go backwards and forwards, light to dark, dark to light, until I've just got the sheen of the feather that I want. So the first layers, as you can see, where it's just the white, it looks quite patchy, but that's fine because that's just the base coat going on. And then as you build up subsequent layers, the surface becomes smoother. It's then that you can, if you're not careful, feel the tooth of the paper, but as long as your layers are nice and thin, you can build up a multitude of layers. In actual fact, I've never ran out of tooth on the Clairefontaine pastel paper working like this, so that's good. So again, not using white on its own, but using it with a variety of other shades. So warm greys and cool greys. And just constantly thinking, where would the light be hitting these feathers? What would be in shadow? Bringing some colour down the feather there, a little bit of emerald green. Excuse me. And even if that colour isn't in the photograph, I like to add it, be just a little bit of, gives it a little bit of life. A little bit of highlighting going on there. Some warm grey. If you're going dark, just go dark on a painting gradually, because it's always easier to add more, but it can be sometimes tricky if you've gone too dark and then you want to bring a certain area of a painting back to being really light. That can be a little bit troublesome, but if you gradually build up your darks, it's much easier. And pastels aren't as opaque as you'd think they are, so yeah, less is more, just build it up gradually. You can see some of the gouache spatter there on the background that I did earlier across the bottom third of the painting. And if you don't like doing spatter with gouache or anything like that, because it is very random, it can land anywhere. I've probably got some on my monitor as well, but because it just flicks. Bigger brush, bigger splatters, smaller brush, smaller splatters. You can use a toothbrush, things like that, but it's very, very random. If that's not for you, then if you want to do water splashes, then you can actually use a pointed, sharpen your white pastel pencil to a really fine point and then just pop that on instead, and that way you'll know where the spots are going then. I obviously like to live life dangerously. So we've got the primary feathers in, now doing the secondaries. And these are looking slightly different to the outstretched front feathers. So again, working from the main line of each feather. I don't actually know the name of that. Like the main vein, I don't know what it's called actually. Ooh, I'll have to look that one up. Working from that away from the midsection of the feather to the edge, diagonally. So how the filaments come away from the centre of each feather. You can't really see it up close, but I know it's there, and it just gives an element of movement in the feathers instead of just being a panel of colour running straight down. And obviously I've turned my board again just to make it easier. I think I was standing up doing the wing, so I could keep stepping back and having a quick look. The glassine paper If you don't have glassine and you don't know anything about it, I think it used to be called butcher's paper. The one I buy is by Clairefontaine, who make the pastel matte paper, and what it is, it's a semi-transparent paper that is acid free, and it just doesn't pick up anything. I can lay a sheet of that across charcoal and it doesn't even pick up or smudge that, and it just keeps my hands from smudging my artwork. It keeps the oils from my hands interfering with my products, and then when you go to store your artworks, whether they be acrylics or charcoal, graphite, pastels, inks, whatever, I just lay a sheet of glassine between each piece of artwork, and it just protects the artwork from any disturbance. So that's glassine paper. I'll try and remember to link everything in the description below. So painting background now to normal orientation. I couldn't think of the word then. And back on with some of this emerald green. Now this emerald green pencil, I think, is a Daler Rowney, and it's quite a hard pastel pencil, this particular colour. And that was nice because I could get a little bit of a feeling of the filaments when I was making the angular marks, the diagonal marks. Again, just giving the sense of texture. There's no physical texture to pastels, so all your texture has got to be created by pencil strokes or pastel strokes if you're working with soft pastels. If I wanted to work something like this in just soft pastels and utilising no pastel pencils at all, I would want to work a lot bigger, maybe 4 times bigger, because getting a point on a soft pastel is a lot harder than getting a point on a pencil. But then again, working with pastel pencils is a lot slower than working with just soft pastels. So you've just got to, balance things out. How much time have you got to create a project? If you've not got a lot of time, create smaller projects. We can all get burnout, because I move from one painting. As soon as I finish one painting, I'm straight on to my next one, whether that's artwork for up and coming exhibitions, artwork for workshops, commissions, gallery work, and now for Derwent. I've always got something lined up ready to go onto the easel next. So time, it's a time thing as well as, having the amount of room that I need. Thankfully, the new studio, because it's a garage conversion, so the new studio is just slightly smaller than the original garage, is going to be big, obviously, so I'm going to have lots of room to work on bigger projects, which I am missing, to be quite honest. This is probably, the normal size for me now, this Kingfisher. For the simple reason is I've not got the room to manoeuvre large boards or large canvases around at the minute. So, and storing them obviously is an issue at the minute as well. So as soon as I'm in the new studio, I'm hoping to get cracking on some bigger projects too. So finish with the lower part of the wing for now, because I probably will pop backwards and forwards between that and the rest of the bird. And now just laying down some base coats. Now I could have gone in with PanPastel to lay down this base coat, but I didn't want to feel too much of the tooth of the paper, because I know there's not detail as such, but a lot of texture to add. And so I want to save the tooth of the paper for the amount of layers that I know I want to add during the painting process. That's something I think that comes with practice, is knowing how many layers you're going to need. You won't know exactly, I don't know exactly, but you'll have a rough idea whether it's going to be just a couple of layers or nearer to 10 layers. Keeping that in mind allows me to concentrate on what product I need to use at any given time. So if I was only going, like the background was only sort of 2 layers really, I knew I could use the PanPastels to get the out of focus background look. I knew that I wasn't having to go on to put any detail on top of that. So a softer pastel was quicker, but obviously it fills the tip of the paper quickly as well. Using the blending stump to blend everything together and to push the pigment down into the tooth of the paper. And that allows me to come back with the pastel pencils again and start building up the texture in the feathers. As I said, I'm not going to sit and draw every single feather. I just want a sense of there are feathers there, they're this length or that length, they're going in this direction or that direction, they're coloured with these colours, with these highlights, with these shadows, but not every single feather is needed. The bigger you go, definitely for me, the bigger the painting, the more detail I do like to put in. So if I was to do this a lot bigger, then it would be nice to get some really detailed references or pop to the museum and take some photographs of taxidermied specimens, things like that, and then be able to create a painting with every single feather in, because I must admit I'm a bit of a detail freak. I do like painting and drawing detail, but you've got to draw the line somewhere working when you're working on small paintings and drawings. So on with some blues. So I've got quite a few greens and blues going in, remembering where the highlights are going, so I don't want to lose those, and I don't want to lose the small sketched shapes that I've got underneath. And remember, when feathers are overlapping other feathers, remember the shadow. So the primary flight feathers are actually going under those feathers that I'm doing at the moment. That's why I did those ones first, because these are going to be the ones I'm working on now are overlapping. So you're more or less working from the back of the painting to the front of the painting. It makes life so much easier. That's why I tend to do backgrounds first as well. And I do know some artists that actually leave backgrounds to the end, but that's not a way that I like to work. So a little bit of shadowing going in there. Don't just use black for shadows. Use a darker value of whatever colour you're using. So if you've done a blue petal, two blue petals, say, and they're overlapping each other, and there's a shadow on the lower one, it might be tempting to pick up a black and pop a little black shadow in there, but then that's going to look flat, even though there might be blue underneath it, so it will look a cool black, but it will still look a bit flat. Instead, you could go in with a dark blue or a dark purple and then start mixing those, and you'll find you'll get a much more interesting shadow than just using black. Oh, another wound on my hand. Look at that, right near my knuckle. And I've still got that now. It's only just healing up. War wounds. DIY wounds. Back in with the greens again. This was a really nice subject to work on. It was lovely. Really enjoyed it. I mean, I enjoy, 9 times out of 10, I enjoy all of my paintings and drawings and commissions and sketches and everything, but this was really lovely. It is a subject that I adore. I love kingfishers. When I was little, I used to be over the fields with the dogs and down by the river, kingfishers and kestrels, and it was wonderful. And kingfishers bring back lovely memories. They're a fantastic bird. If you ever get the chance to sit in a bird hide with a pair of binoculars and just watch them, they are fascinating little birds. Wonderful. And pretty too. Very pretty. And fast. So more of the same, developing some of the little feathers there. that are standing out, but not in great detail. I'm just making the viewer aware that there are feathers there to be seen. More singular feathers because of the size than a dense covering of tiny feathers. And as you can see in the finished painting, the bird and the background, there's a lot more blue than is showing on the actual video. The lighting that I use, I have two sets of lighting. One is directly over the easel. I'll put the description of the lighting in the description of the video. They're by the Daylight Company. They're easel lights. And also have a set of those exactly the same but over my art materials. So normally have the art materials to the right hand side of me, and as I said, my iPad and monitor to the left. So I have one set of lighting attached to the table where my materials are, and one set of lighting attached to the top of my easel, just so both items, the easel, the work on the easel and the materials, are lit exactly the same. If they're not, then it can be quite not disorientating, but it can be quite confusing sometimes, that if you look at your art materials and pick up a certain colour blue, and if that's not lit as your easel is, when you bring it over to your easel, it can look a little bit different. So it is nice to have both areas lit the same. If you're unable to get any lighting set up like that, just make sure whatever lighting is in your room are daylight bulbs, and then your colours should look true to life. There's nothing worse than working on a painting or a drawing under artificial light and then looking at it the next day in natural daylight and seeing colours you didn't even realise you'd put in there. And it's just because some light bulbs throw off a warmer light, some throw off a cooler light, and it can just distort the colours that you're choosing for your paintings and drawings. Tiny bit of detail going in there. That's more so that I don't lose where those little feathers are. They are visible in the finished painting, but it's not really detail. I've not outlined each feather and done each feather as an individual. I'm sort of blending them together with a little bit of shadowing and things like that. So making them stand out, but only by the use of shadowing really, and not outlining them. Don't outline feathers unless you're going for that look. Obviously that's would be a stylized look. There's nothing wrong in that if that's the aim that you're going for. Just getting a drink again. Going back to time, I know that YouTube videos can make everything look so quick, and you'll watch somebody, I don't know, paint a landscape, and the video is over and done with within 15 minutes, and you think, oh, I'll sit down tonight and do one of those, and then you start, and then you realise how long things actually take. When you're watching these videos, if the artist hasn't said how fast the recording is being played at, and you think you'd like to have a go at something similar, it's always worth dropping a comment below the video and saying, actually, realistically, how long would this take? And it gives you a rough idea, because it can be disheartening, I think, especially for beginners. When they watch a YouTube video, see something completed in 15 minutes, and then they start doing something of their own in a similar vein, and 3 hours later and they're not even a quarter of the way through, it can be disheartening. Just remember that art takes time, and different artists work at different speeds as well, and it doesn't say anything about an artist if they're fast or slow. It doesn't make them better or worse artists. It's just everybody is completely different. So be realistic about the amount of time you set aside to create paintings and drawings. If you only have half an hour a day, as long as you're creating artwork for half an hour a day, you'll improve. Your projects will get finished. It just might take a little bit longer than if you had an hour a day. And, you know, get some you time. And if you've got space in your house or in a room, just to set up some art equipment that you can actually leave set out, do it. Because there's nothing worse. And I've been there years ago, having to work from a dining room table. And after every session, every painting session, every drawing session, I was having to pack everything away. And it's really, really difficult. If you can just get a corner of a room, even if it's a little, you know, one of these little tables that some people have their dinners on, just something, if you can get something that can be set up and left. Maybe your children have left home and you now have a spare bedroom, or you have a conservatory where you can just set up a little easel or a little table and a fold-away chair. If you can leave your art materials out, you're more likely to use them, and you're more likely to use them more often. That's something to think about. If you're not very mobile, then maybe one of these little dinner trays, the lap trays, get a couple of those with some art materials on, just so you only have to lean down to the side of you and pick that up and put it on your knee, and you're ready to go. Because there's nothing worse than feeling motivated, feeling inspired to create, and then having to spend half an hour just getting your materials out and set up. It can be really demoralising, and that is time when you could be creating. And there's always time for art. Even if you've only got a few minutes, just pick up a piece of paper and a ballpoint pen while you're waiting for dinner to cook, and just doodle. And you'll be really surprised. You know, if you do that, get into the habit of doing that 10 minutes a day, 15 minutes a day, you'd be surprised. Your creativity increases. The more you do, the more you'll want to do. And if you feel like you've lost the inspiration or you've lost the motivation, we call it artist block, and it's real. I mean, I create nearly every day. I paint or draw nearly every day. If I don't, then I know about it. I feel different within myself. But if you're feeling like you should be creating, you want to create, but you're not inspired, just draw something, draw anything. Just sit down and look around the room, draw a chair, you know, draw a mug of coffee. Because as soon as you start to create, the motivation will come back. If you're just sitting, I don't know, playing on a computer game or reading the newspaper, or what a lot of us do now, scrolling through our phones, I doubt very much that you're going to be inspired by doing that. You might see other people's artwork and think, oh, I should be doing that. But if you actually start to do something, draw or sketch, anything, an apple, a banana, anything, go in your fridge and get some tomatoes and chop them up and draw one of those, just something like that. And as soon as you start, you'll feel the inspiration and motivation come back. I always feel inspired and motivated when I'm not able to draw. I might be driving down the motorway and see a kestrel hovering or something like that, and I'll think, oh, I could just sit and paint one of those. And I think that is typical when we haven't got the time or we're not in the right place to create. That's sometimes when your brain thinks, oh, you could be doing that now, or don't you want to do that now? So make time and make the opportunity for you to be inspired and motivated. And if you've got a group of friends that like to create, if you can't do it on a weekly basis, how about having a chat with your friends and saying, why don't we once a month sit in the local park maybe and draw, or you could take it in turns, go around to each other's homes and having a craft evening or a painting evening or an afternoon once a month, or even once every 2 months if you can't do it, you know, once a week or anything like that. There's always a way. Where there's a will, there's a way. So that was a Carbothello pastel pencil, back in with a Cretacolor. Cretacolor, don't know how you're supposed to say that name. Now we're working dark over light, and I'm not working individual feathers now, I'm just working texture, because these feathers would be laying relatively flat to the body now the bird's taken off out of the water, and they're also at a shallower angle from the viewer, the ones on the back, so we'd really be just seeing the edges of the feathers on the bird's back as it goes away from the viewer. A little more of the dark areas going in, building shape, and just adding a little bit of the water. The water isn't included in this video because it's very random. Just applying lights and darks in, I can't even say random patterns because there's no pattern there really, just following the reference image to a certain extent and then making the rest up. If you want me to produce a video just on water, I will do, that's not a problem. There's plenty of photos on Unsplash and Pixabay of water droplets hitting water and the water coming up out of a cup and things like that. I'll be more than happy to create a video just on water, but this was Kingfisher in pastel, so I just concentrated on the Kingfisher, filming the Kingfisher for this video. But adding the colours into the water that would make it look a little bit more interesting, and those colours are definitely not in the reference image. And going very loose round the edges of the tail feathers because I wanted the tail feathers to actually look like they were still enveloped, as it were, in the water around them. But just working dark to light, light to dark, blending the colours together where needs be, layering up. Nice thin layers, very, very light hand. Nowhere on this painting did I have to apply pressure as such. Pastels are very, very soft. You let the paper texture pick up and catch the pastel. You don't have to dig in with, or you shouldn't be having to dig in with the pastel pencil. That'd be the quickest way to feel your tooth, and then the paper won't allow you to add any more. So a light hand always. I don't know if that really shows up on these videos, that how lighter pressure I'm actually using. That is why I do like to run workshops, because you can actually see what people are doing. You can see how they're holding pencils, how much pressure they're applying, and it may be, you know, they might have struggled for years, and it might be something as simple as just apply less pressure when you're putting your pastel on. What's the worst that can happen? You have to apply 2 coats instead of 1. It could be something that simple that can be holding people back from progressing further with their artwork. It's the same with painting. You know, how much pressure to put on a paintbrush. How are you holding your paintbrush? Are you holding it, you know, way up the barrel of the paintbrush, or too close to the filaments? It's yeah, workshops are great, and you can convey a lot more than just me rambling, doing a voiceover over one of my videos, I'm afraid. But I hope this gives you a good idea of how I work, and a little insight into how I teach, I guess. I don't like to call it teaching, I just like to call it with students. I like to inspire them and encourage them, and then the help's there when they need it. I'm self-taught, so I didn't do art college or anything like that, just self-taught from about the age of 4. So we had a big wildlife garden, and my mum can remember me being down there and over the fields with the dogs from around the age of 4, down the garden from around the age of 7 over the fields. And I would just sit and draw and paint everything I saw, butterflies and frogs and newts, snakes and toads and different flowers, different insects. And that's where my artistic career, I guess, developed from. That's where it came from. Did my first commission at 14. Yeah, been a wonderful journey since, and hopefully many, many years to come. So going in with a black, just a little bit, tiny bit. As I said earlier on, if you put in black and yellow together, just be really careful, because you can get a really, I can't even say it's an olive green, it's sort of a muddy olive green. So yeah, just be careful if you do go near yellow with black. Back in with the magenta. As I said earlier, I use magenta. I like to use magenta for shading yellows and oranges. Just toning down those lighter feathers around the edge there. Just when working through something like this, you've got to remember what would be in shade and where would the light be catching. So those feathers on the tops of his legs would actually be hidden slightly by the tail feathers. And keeping the highlights to a minimum if they are in an area where it would be in shade, obviously, because it wouldn't be catching the sunlight or anything like that. So just a couple more minutes to go to the end of this one. I hope you've enjoyed this video. I have another huge video that I need to start editing. That's a toucan in dough and ink tents, but that's going to be an undertaking. That is a long video, so I'll get that edited down. Hope you're all keeping well, as I said earlier, and hope everyone stays safe, stay creative. Join me on social media. I'm on Twitter, LinkedIn, Facebook. I've got a Facebook personal page and a Facebook business page as well. Please like and subscribe if you haven't already, and please feel free to share my videos with your friends on Facebook, etc. In with some highlights there. And my website, if you want to have a look at other finished artworks that I've done, the website is www.kerrynewell.com. I'll link it in the description below. Pop in some more highlights on. And there you have him, Kingfisher in pastel with a little bit of gouache for a spattering effect. Stay safe, everybody, stay creative, and I'll see you all soon. Bye for now.